What's up? What's up? What's up? How's everybody doing? All right. I'm gonna read some word and make some music. And yeah, that's what we're gonna do. Go live on TikTok as well. And yeah. So let me get this together. Still cracking up over the whole Dana Bain situation. Because it's freaking hilarious. Just music going on here. Gonna read some words. I'll turn this music down. into it, brother. Let's do reading of the word. All right. So I'll be reading out of the book of Micah. Yep. The word of the Lord came to Micah, a Morshite, in the days of Jotham, Ahaz, and Hezekiah, king of Judah, which he saw concerning Samaria and Jerusalem. Hear, O people, all of you, listen, O earth, and all it contains, and let the Lord God be a witness among you. The Lord from his holy temple. For behold, the Lord is coming forth from his place. He will come down and tread on high places of the earth. The mountains will melt under him, and the valleys will be split like wax before the fire, like water poured down on the steep place. All this is for the rebellion of Jacob. That is a lot. And for the sins of the house of Israel. What is the rebellion of Jacob? Is it not Samaria? What is the high places of Judah? Is it not Jerusalem? For I will make Samaria a heap of ruins in the open country. Wow. Planting places for a vineyard. I will pour her stones down into the valley and will lay bare her foundations. All of her idols will be smashed. That's without them. It's the idols. All of her idols will be smashed. All of her earnings will be burned with fire, and all of her images I will make desolate. For she collected them from a harlot's earning. And the earnings of a harlot they will return. Because of this, I must lament and wail. I must go barefoot and naked. I must make a lament like the jackal, and the mourning like the ostrich, for her wounds is incurable, for it has come to Judah. It has reached the gates of my people, even of Jerusalem. Yeah, so I've read this before, but that's lamenting is how you. Yeah, I read this before. Must lament. Word of God. All right, so I'm going to read another passage, but I'm going to read out of the book of Zephaniah. All right. The word of the Lord came to Zephaniah, son of Cushi, son of Cadeliah, son of Amora, son of Hezekiah, in the days of Josiah, son of Amon, king of Judah. I will greatly remove all things from the face of the earth, declares the Lord. I will remove man and beast. I will remove the birds of the sky and the fish of the sea and the ruins along with the wicked. And I will cut off man from the faces of the earth, declared the Lord. So I will stretch out my hand against Judah and against all the inhabitants of Jerusalem. And that's what he did. He sure did. And I will cut off the remembrance of Baal from this place. Baal meaning, that's who they used to worship. They worshiped Baal. In the name of idolaters, in the name of adulterous priests along with the priests, and those who bow down on the housetop to the host of heaven, and those who bow down and swear to the Lord and yet swear by Milcom, Milcom, M-I-L-C-O-N, M-I-L-C-O-M, Milcom, and those who have turned back from following the Lord, and those who have sought the Lord or inquired of him. Be silent before the Lord God, for the day of the Lord is near. So basically, if you once knew the Lord, you turned from him. For the Lord has prepared a sacrifice. He has consecrated his guest. Then it will come about on the day of the Lord's sacrifice that I will punish the prince, the king's sons, and all who clothe themselves in foreign garments. I will punish all the day all who leap on the temple threshold, who fill the house of their Lord with violence and deceit. And on the day, declares the Lord, there will be the sound of a city from the fish gate, and a wail from the second quarter, and a loud crash from the hills. Wail, O inhabitants of Mortar. For all the people of Canaan will be silent, and all who weigh out silver will be cut off. And it will come about at that time that I will search Jerusalem with lamps, and I will punish the men who are stagnant in spirit. That's saying something right there. Who say in their hearts, the Lord will not do good or evil. Moreover, their wealth will become plundered and their houses desolate. People who become stagnant, Okay. And say the Lord will not do good or evil, Yes, they will build houses, but not inhabit them, and plant vineyards, but not drink their wine. Near is the great day of the Lord, near and coming very quickly. Listen to the day of the Lord. In it, the warriors cry out bitterly. A day of wrath is that day, a day of trouble and distress, a day of destruction and desolation, a day of darkness and gloom, a day of clouds and thick darkness, a day of the trumpets and battle cry against the fortified cities and the high cornered towers, and I will bring distress on men, so that they will walk like the blind. Because they have sinned against the Lord. Not sinned against the Lord. And their blood will be poured out like the dust, and their flesh like the dung. Neither their silver nor their gold will be able to deliver them on the day of the Lord's wrath. And all the earth will devour, and all the earth will be devoured. And the fire in his jealousy, for he will make a complete end. You talk about the day of the water, Father? Indeed, a terrifying one in all of its inhabitants on the earth. That sounds like the day he flooded the planet. Because that was a horrible day. And then there's chapter 2. So I'm going to stop reading there. bookmark. There's nobody here anyway, but just wanted to read. And that was the book of Zephaniah, chapter 1. So yeah, do not fall into the hands of an angry God. That's for one. If you know the Lord, don't turn from him. Yeah, we sin, but don't turn from him because he hates that too. But he does welcome you back. You come back. And another thing, God hates idols. So if you got something that you idolize. Okay, so I play a game called StarCraft. I play it all the time. And somebody says you are doing something more than your, worshiping God or something. It's idolatry. And I'm just like, wait a minute. So I might be guilty of idolizing something just because I spend a lot of time with it. And I've heard preachers talk about that, but I don't have any scripture on that. Now, we do most things more than read the word, and it's like, are we sinning and not knowing it? Nah, that's a big deal. So these things, like, you need to, start asking God about, like, Lord, am I sinning and not knowing it because I'm playing a video game? And, then there's some scriptures that will back up and say, scriptures like all is, let me see if I can get the scripture right. All is permissible, but not all is, get me to quote scriptures. But it's saying that there is, you can be doing something, but like, is it towards the Lord? Then there's the scriptures that says, if it's not for me, it's against me. Now, a lot of people get hung up on this part because there's a lot of people who make music. And it's like, who's that music for? I make music. You know what I'm saying? I just be making beats. But it's like, who does it glorify? Oh, that's what it says. All things are permissible, but not all things edify. Saying, oh, you can do something, but does it edify the Lord? Is it edifying your spirit towards God? All things are permissible, but not all things edify. So, you could be doing something and be completely unaware that, this is not what God wants. You know what I mean? And, when some people say, they quote, a sin is a sin in God's eyes. Yeah, a sin is a sin in God's eyes, but there are different levels to sinning. There's people who are sinning and don't know it. And they have no idea what they're doing. And then there's people who are sinning and they know it. And then there's different types of sins, and then, of course, when you start reading in the commandments, thou shalt not kill, thou shalt not worship idols, thou shalt not covet another man's wife, thou shalt not, lie. Then you read those, and then when you read scriptures of there are 6 things God hates, and even 7 are an abomination. And you start getting it out. If God hates somebody who runs into, running in the sin, God hates a lying tongue. God hates a prideful look. God, and I think I think it's in the book of Proverbs where there are 7 things that God hates. But and where the 6 things God hates, and even 7 are abominations. So God says something is abomination, like a man loving a man is an abomination to God. That's an abomination. A woman having sex with a woman and a man having sex with a man, those are abominations to God, according to the scriptures. And I believe that might be in the book of Deuteronomy. I don't know. But I know Deuteronomy talks about, sexual sins. And I forgot where it's at, where it talks about who you can have sex with, and when you can have sex, which is, Paul mentions it's better to marry than to burn. So you can only have sex with your wife. And then, some people are like, okay, well, I'll marry my cousin. And then, the scriptures, talk about, well, you can't You can't marry your, there's certain people you can't marry and have sex with. So that's all in the scriptures. But like I said, there are people who are unaware that, they're sinning. People who get married, then they get divorced and marry somebody else, and their spouse is still living. You're in sin. You married somebody else, but your spouse is still alive. You're in sin, according to the scriptures. There's a lot of people who don't know that they're sinning, and then there's people who know that they're sinning. You know what I'm saying? So that's just one thing I wanted to, put out there for those of you who are gonna listen to this. But these things also don't just take a preacher's word for it. Like, ask God about it, because you have a lot of people who are alone. They're looking for something. They don't want to get hurt, so they're not out seeking a partner, but they're waking up healthy and horny. So it's like, okay, what do I do with this? What do I do with this body that has a yearning to mate and to find a mate, but I don't want to get crushed? And that's heavy. That's heavy, especially if you're young and you're successful. I mean, you're making money, you're strong, you're going to the gym, and you're looking around at all these fit people who are in your tax bracket. But the minute you enter into a relationship, there goes the neighborhood. It's especially if you start sleeping with each other, then you're all spiritually locked to each other, but you're doing it out of wedlock. That's a sin. And now you got to wrestle with God about that. It's like, it's like, I'm horny, but and she's my girlfriend. We're living together. I don't want to let this go. Well, you don't want to die in your sin either. You do not want to, both of you get into some type of accident. You're both gone, because the book of Revelations, reads very clearly that, and I saw on the great day when the books were open, and then the book of life was open. And basically, if your name is not in there, you're going to a very dark, fiery place. So this is not a game you want to play. I know I got my problems. Shoot, I'm almost 60 years old. I like me some women. I like me some women, folk. But dang, I ain't got one. So you just can't be on the internet looking at all kind of other, you can't be looking at other women, folk, and there's just some things you can't do without it being a sin. It's like you're in sin. You're like, I need some help with this. You can't even think about it. Like, remember back when I was 20, 30, and I used to date and, did this with this woman and did that. You can't even do that. You can't do it. You're in sin. And you need help with that. You need help with that. Ain't nobody perfect. But you don't wallow in it and say, oh, it's not sin, it's okay. No, that's what you don't do. What did Paul say? God forbid. God's mercies, the Bible says God's mercies is new every morning. But, Paul's talking about don't take advantage of that. Like, don't take it for granted. Don't think that you're going to wake up the next morning. Oh, I'll sin today, I'll wake up tomorrow. No, you won't. The scriptures also read, it says, you will die. Scriptures read, you will die and you will be judged. That's what the scriptures read. And that's the truth. You will die. So, these are just some things to consider. Even the casual things we got to consider. What are we doing casually? I know I be saying stuff at home because I'm by myself. Well, you're not by yourself. There's always something present. Always. The Lord says, like he will never leave you or forsake you. He didn't just scriptures also said, when I do good, evil is always present. You're being watched. Always. You're always being watched. I don't care where you're at. Something is watching you. And that's just the facts. So we got to be careful because, whoa, is my hair out? We got to be careful. You know? I just wanted to put that out there. I'm going to go ahead and make some music. Bless the Lord. I want the Lord to use it. Because I'll be just making beats just to be making them. And then, post them. Hey, somebody likes them, they like them. So that's just that. Y'all like this little beat here? It's catchy, isn't it? All right, let me see if I can open iPhoto. See if I can get Siri to open iPhoto. Open iPhoto. See if Siri's going to open iPhoto. What can I help you with? I can't just do the Hey Siri thing anymore. Hey Siri. All right. I gotta go to Spotlight. Do I still have iPhoto? Open iPhoto. See if I got some rhythm here. Search. It doesn't look like you have. Well, that's not true. Open iPhoto. Doesn't see the app called. Oh, maybe I don't have iPhoto. Take a picture. iPhoto is supported with this version. Oh, it's not supported. Okay. Let's see if it takes it. Hey, what's going on, my studious young friend? My rather brilliant teacher of the future. A man, a myth, a legend. An immortal among us mortals. a king amongst us squires. It is he. It is he. It is Lord High Doggo. High Doggo, Lord of the Britons, I dub thee. Yeah, what's going on, High Doggo? Everything fine? Man, everything's all right. Another day in an old man's life. Every day of the weekend's fine. Another day in the old geezer's life. Just geezing it up. Just geezing my way through this atmosphere, telling people to get saved, reading the scriptures. Bless the Lord. Hoping the Lord forgive me for my sins. Trying to stop all my menagerie. I'll be menagerie-ing. So that Mexico they done lost their damn noodles over there, huh? Take a picture. I wonder if Siri's taking a picture. Can you take a picture? See if Siri answers me. Hey Siri, can you take a picture? I guess not. All right. I thought Siri could take a picture. Yeah, Hi Doggo, man, chilling, making beats, just. Jamming. I got some jammitude going on. Can't be too loud. I got neighbors. A spiritual talk about daily life seeking. So yeah, really cool. I was just making notes for my exam tomorrow. What are we learning tomorrow? More calculus? I keep thinking I want to go back to school and learn something. I want to get a master's degree. You know what I really like to do? I'll tell you what I really like to do. I really wouldn't mind being a civil rights lawyer, but I don't want to do it like I want to do it on a federal level. You know what I mean? I just want to be that old guy who's, some esquire. I don't really want to take up a bunch of cases, but I want to look at them and I want to examine them for myself. I want to make money doing it, but I don't really care about being rich. I care about the truth. If I can get me a nice little modest house, a little front yard, backyard action with a tree, like when I was growing up, we had a house with a tree, just a little, 2-bedroom flat with a, little garage action. That's it. I don't want to be in an HMO or whatever that is because they're just gangsters. I don't want nothing to do with that. But just a nice little quiet neighborhood off somewhere and just sit behind my desk and just, take up cases that I don't know, and I think I probably would want to travel too. So I would want to you know, because there's civil rights going on everywhere, all around the world. And the United States being that we're all around the world, I'm sure that they're handling cases that are, you know, in other countries. So I wouldn't mind being a part of that and sitting in on some of those conversations. And one of the reasons why I'm thinking that way is because I used to work for the Ohio House of Representatives, if you guys didn't know that. And I was just a temp, but I was there for a year and I was a legislative aide. And it gave me a little taste of politics. And I worked for the Democrats and the Republicans at one point because I was a temp. They would let me go, hire me, let me go, hire me. And until they found out that I worked for both sides, then they were just like, no, we're letting you go. Nonetheless, I see the way things go on both sides of the fence. And so I wouldn't mind just, I don't really need to be in people's face. But I wouldn't mind being just a civil rights lawyer that, you know, like I wouldn't want to handle a bunch of cop cases, but I wouldn't mind handing out advice to people on what to do with when the police are around. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't want a lot of those cases. For one, let's be honest. A lot of those people, a lot of the mistakes people make is just purely because we don't practice our rights. We just don't. We don't practice our rights. We talk too much, and the officers don't even know. They have a very blanket look at your rights, and they don't even practice the rights on a federal level. Like the officers, they're not even aware of a lot of that stuff. This is when I look at the videos, I'm like, these guys don't even know what they're saying is wrong. And then the ones that are saying stuff and they know they're wrong, they don't care because there's not a lot of impunity that's happening when it comes towards them. And that's why I really don't care to take up a lot of cases, because you're beating a dead horse. If the judge is not going to uphold a federal law on a state level, then what's the point of even trying to argue? And I've heard lawyers, I've heard judges being completely turned over to another side when a lawyer was arguing for the cops and the lawyer knew the cop was wrong. And the judge was questioning what this lawyer was saying, but eventually sided with the lawyer. That's only because the police protect them. They protect them. And that's it. And that's all. And that's what spoils me on taking up, cop cases. If I did anything, I would want to, I would want to be kind of the guy putting out, PSAs when it comes to the police. Like, do not do this. Do not say this. You know what I mean? But, when it comes to collecting money from these people, it's just not something I think I want to. Yeah, you owe me $600 for telling you to shut up. Yeah, I don't really feel good about that. And a lot of the people who are in these cases don't have money. So I don't want to get stuck there because I still need to eat. But I feel that people just need to just be more aware. Even myself, you know what I mean? When you get confronted by a police officer, you don't know what you're getting. Life is like a box of chocolates. You don't know if you're about to get shot in the back of the head or if the officer's just going to let you go on about your way. You have no idea. But the minute you start holding your constitutional rights, it goes south real quick. If you're a passenger and a cop says, hey, do you have ID? They're allowed to do that. They're allowed to ask you, hey, how's your mother doing? It is no harm, no foul. But the minute you say, by law, do I have to give you my identification? The cop is allowed to say yes. And they're going to quote, they're going to say, according to whatever state they're in, yes, I can ID anybody in this car. Well, that's not true. That's not even true on a state level. If you check the ORC, which is the Ohio Revised Code, you'll see that that's blatantly not true. But they know some of this. But they want your ID anyway. And the minute that you're like, well, according to the ORC section, this, blah, 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 I don't have to identify myself if I didn't commit a crime. So, officer, what crime did I commit? You know what they're going to do? Step outside of the car. They're going to tell you to step out. And then you're going to go, why do I need to step out? Their next reaction is, step out or you're under arrest. So you step out of the car. They're going to take you to the back of the car. They're going to pin you to the back of the car, surround you. Then they're going to turn you around. They're going to frisk you, which is illegal. It's a Terry frisk, Terry versus Ohio. You just can't frisk somebody not unless you're in fear for your life that they have a weapon. They're going to do it anyway. And then you're going to go, I don't consent to this. I don't consent to being frisked. They're going to say, relax. Just relax. Then they're going to step back and go, why are you giving us a hard time? They're going to start cop-splaining like they're your friends, even though they have you dead to right. You make any move, they can beat you up and kill you. And everybody knows this. This is why that police that shot that man in the back of the head, he's done that 3 times in Michigan. And the reason why they won't stop the serial killer is because they want you to understand any resistance of the police can be the end of your life. They need people out there like this. And this is what strikes fear in the people when they try to use their rights, their constitutional rights. What crime did I commit? Which is a common question to somebody who committed no crime. And then you know what they do? They arrest you for obstruction. It's like, you arrested a passenger for a ticket that involved the driver, that involved maybe a headlight that was out that the passenger was completely unaware of. The passenger has nothing to do with it. I seen one cop actually do it right. It was a black guy. He stopped these people. They told him their name. And he said, well, this is what he said, according to the law. And then he said, according to what state we're in, to the law, if I stop you and you are not the owner of this car, I have to let you go. And the 2 people in the car, they were black people, they looked at him, they were in shock because he quoted the law. He was well aware that he did not have the right to continue the stop. And he let them go. And that's what we need. We need these cops to be aware, but the reason why they're not doing it is because they want the money. They want to arrest you for something. They go on fishing expeditions because they need to arrest you. They even have competitions now. The police have competitions for arresting people for DUIs, even if you're not drunk. Do you know why? Government subsidies. Yeah. The government is paying police officers for taking people off the street who have DUIs. And so they're competing with each other to literally see how many can get the most DUIs. The problem is they're also turning around and ending up in civil court because the DUIs that they're getting, they're finding out that the people were nowhere near drunk. So people are not cooperating with police officers whenever the cop pulls them out of the car and says, hey, step back here, and say, are you willing to go through with a couple, DUI, tests to see if you're intoxicated? And the people are like, well, people are failing this and they're completely not drunk. And then the cop's next move is, well, if you don't do it, we can suspend your license. So what does a civilian do? who's unaware of the law. They go, okay, I'll do this test, or I'll do a breathalyzer test, or I'll do this, and you know what? They get arrested anyway because it's a competition. Yeah, the cop threatens to take your license, which they cannot do. So if you say, okay, I'll sign this document or whatever so the cop doesn't take your license, guess what? You can no longer litigate against that which you signed for. You willingly gave that up, so you can't litigate against it. If you question the police officer, you're taking a chance of going to jail anyway, and your car being towed, because the people who towed your car, they're going to make money. The people who has your car in the impound, they're going to make money, and they'll hold you for 7 days. And when you look up how much, how much is the tow, how much your car is, the daily rate of your car being impounded, you come out owing $2,000-$3,000. Who has that? Who has $2,000-$3,000 to just throw out a hoopty? Not to mention, you're in there for 7 days. You lost your job. Nobody knows where you're at. Of course, you can make that one phone call, but your boss doesn't know. So this is a real nuisance to people. And, a lot of time people, you've even seen people crying. They're like, man, don't do this to me. You have one officer who was stopping people and then saying, and then searching their car illegally, and then saying, hey, what is this substance? And then doing a whole drug test, something, say, hey, according to this right here, you had cocaine or methamphetamines is the big one. And the people are going, that's not mine. And one guy's like, this is all I have. Like, you're taking my truck. You're putting me in jail. He's like, and these are white people. Well, it turns out that officer had a record high of doing this to people, and eventually it led to a mass complaint, and boom, of course, it hit the state level. And once it hits federal level, it's just like, we have to do something about this. But the officers who are running this whole shindig, they're all aware, the police chief and everything. There's even been whole departments arrested just for taking people's money. Listen, a couple years ago, the police in America made $68 million from civilians. $68 million. And their big excuse is, hey, we're trying to stop drugs. So there's some places in America, if you're traveling down some of these highways, that they're going to stop you. And when they stop you, you already know that they're looking for drugs. And even when they don't find any, if they find that you have a large amount of cash, they're saying, hey, we think you were going to use this for drugs. So now traveling with cash is illegal, but not illegal. So what do? They go, hey, man, you just took $80,000 from me. I'm a business owner. I can prove it. They're going, hey, take it up in court. Take it up in court. You're going to have to come back to this small town to try to get your money back. You're going to pay a lawyer $10,000 to try to, by the time it's all over in litigation, you're going to be at a loss. This is what they're telling people. You're going to be at a loss by the time it's all over. Just let it go. So this one thing that makes me want to, it just makes me want to study civil law. And of course, I don't have the money to go to law school, but if I did, I would. Because there's a lot of corruption going on in the police department where they're literally taking your money. It's even to the point now where the government is, if you're a mom and pop store, the government can go into your bank account and siphon everything out of your bank account. And then when you go, why did you take my money? They're saying because of the way your money was being installed in some BS, and we think that it's being used nefariously. And now you have to get a lawyer to prove that what the government just did was completely out of line. But they just took your, $150,000 that you and your husband have been, saving for that nest egg. You guys are 55. You're not spring chickens. You're not trying to do it all over again. The government doesn't care. They're taking that money. It's going to some war, game somewhere on the other side of the goddamn world where we don't have anything to do with. Iraq, Iran, always in the middle goddamn east. What's that got to do with us? You know what I mean? What the hell? Well, that's where your money's going to. Building these freaking ships and come to protect our borders over here. We're cool with that. You're on the other side of the world building jets that, goddamn, I can't even go to work without the cops stopping me and harassing me. So for those of you who have been harassed, like I have been harassed, I've been beaten up by the police. And there wasn't a damn thing that was done about it. They got away with it. Put me in a hospital, put me in jail. They didn't care. I still got the bruises. I'll die with these bruises. This happened back in 98. So there's a lot of crooked stuff going on with the police. And there's a lot of police who are doing really crazy things. And then the judge and the jury will hang the jury. And they'll say, we hung the jury. One person didn't agree. That's a hung jury. That's what happened in the Johnny Gamage case in Pittsburgh. That's what happened with this guy in Michigan who shot somebody else, Jaquan, whatever, a couple days ago. He did the same thing to somebody else. They hung the jury, which means the jury of your peers is 12 people. If one person doesn't agree, hung jury. And then what they'll do is they'll move your case to another jurisdiction where most of the people are white. That's what they did in the Johnny Gamage case, and those police officers got away with it. None of them went to jail. They all got away with it, every single one of them. And they beat Johnny Gamage to death. They didn't shoot him. They dragged him out of the car, and they beat him to death. They put their knee on the back of his neck and cracked his whole neck. And then when EMTs finally showed up, they were still beating Johnny Gamage, and he was long dead. And they were still beating him up. The EMTs had to pull the police off of Johnny Gamage. If you don't know who Johnny Gamage is, one of his cousins played for the Pittsburgh Steelers. And Johnny Gamage was in Bloomfield, which is in Pittsburgh. It's a borough. He was in Bloomfield, and he was driving a very nice car, a Jaguar. And so the police saw him, stopped him for whatever reason, basically racial profiling. And they, pulled him out the car. And this is long before there were cameras and everything. They pulled him out the car and they beat him to death. To death. And, of course, they didn't know he had a famous cousin, and that was his cousin's car. Blah, blah, blah. So in order to save face and get away from it, they moved because Bloomfield black people live there. I've been there. Is a lot of black people. So if you're in the jury or your peers in that area where the crime happened, they were like, no, we're not going to have a trial here because most of the people are going to be black. We're not going to do it. So they moved it to a mostly white, in an all-white area. And then they hung the jury, and all the men got away with it. All the police officers. So there's that. And this is why, if I was a civil rights lawyer, I just wouldn't want to go up against any judge who's I know is going to side with the police, even if they convict the cop. You gotta worry about that because Amber Geiger got 10 years. She got 10 years for what? Man one? The problem with Amber Geiger is Amber Geiger was a brunette who came to, once she ended up in court, she was a blonde. It was like, wait, what? What happened? Why did she do that? because she's like, hey, I'm white, and if I'm blonde, the judge is gonna think I'm pretty. He's gonna, they're gonna have mercy on me, because I'm a pretty white woman. Yeah, yeah. And that's exactly what happened. But she thought she was gonna walk. Oh, the evidence was, too much against her for her to walk. But listen, if you, do somebody in like that, you walk into their house and say, "Oh, it's a mistake. I shot this person by a mistake." That's What? That's manslaughter. It's manslaughter. So you're still, 15 years, 20 years manslaughter. Well, you're not going to do that day for day. You're not. Amber Geiger will not be in jail for 10 years. She won't. She'll get out on good behavior probably at 5, and she'll be on 5 years of probation. She's not going to be in it for 10 years. Hell, I'm surprised if she's not out right now running the streets. You know? You got that one lady cop that shot that guy point blank. They didn't even put her in jail. She said he wasn't obeying my commands, blah, blah, blah. Boom. She shot an old black man. Just boom, blew him away. Right there. They put her on desk duty. So this is why, as a lawyer, I'm not a lawyer. I have a degree, but I don't have a master's degree. I have a degree in health administration. This is why I would be, disgruntled when it comes to the American system, because they do not punish the police because the police protect them. There's no other protection that they have. And if the police stop protecting them, then you're going to get Louis Mangione situations. And we already seen that unravel because judges have been, unalived recently. So we've seen a lot of that going on. And it would be even more rampant if they weren't protected by the police or if the threat of the police weren't there. So this is why they, hold on to the police so tightly, because let's just face it, most of these judges ain't getting ready to get up and box with anybody. You know what I'm saying? On the side of the road, they're going to call the police. And if the police don't come, it's mano a mano. It's you against the YN because you put his brother in jail. Guess who's going to lose? The judge. He's that guy behind the desk. But once they get off from behind here, they don't have the protection of the police. They are finished. Some of these YNs can do a backflip literally over you. You don't have the hand speed. They're gonna beat you to death. It's gonna be a wrap for you. So yeah, the judges are gonna hang on to who protects them, and that's just that. That's just the way I feel about it. They're gonna hang the jury on this guy that just shot Jaquan or whatever his name is. They're gonna hang it. There's no way that guy's going to jail. I would be surprised. And if he does go, even though it's 100%, let me put it to you like this: when you look at police shooting, let's take Philando Castillo. He was a passenger. His girlfriend got pulled over. The cop went to the passenger side. Their daughter's in the back, which wasn't his daughter, by the way. And the cops start asking him questions. Why is it a traffic stop and you're asking the passenger questions? Let's just start right there. But what did he do? It's a traffic stop. You asked him for ID. Philando Castillo openly admitted he had a gun in the car. Cop pulls a gun out, shoots him. Philando Castillo had no gun in his hand. The cop said that he smelled weed in the car. So when the whole thing happened, everybody was like, well, he had weed in the car. It's like, we didn't know weed was a green light to get murdered. Everybody out here smoking weed. Hell, it's free now. You got people in Denver selling it. Go murder them. No. This is their justification. Oh, he had a gun in the car. And it's legal to have a weapon. You're allowed to travel with a weapon. What he should have did was ask him for his, his card, his gun card. But Philando Castile, you know what he did? When he said, hey, I'm letting you know, officer, there's a gun in the car. We've seen plenty of stops where the cop says, is there anything in the car that I should know about? You know what your answer should be? I plead the fifth. Or no comment. That's it. I plead the fifth on, I don't answer questions. I plead the fifth. And the cop is going to cop explain, because I just want to blah, blah, blah. And you're like, I understand, but, I'm not legally obligated to help you out with your investigation. I'm not legally obligated to do that. You're not even, there's so much to it, but you're not legally obligated to help an officer with his investigation. So if they ask you about something in the car and it's legal or illegal, that's for them to find out. It's incumbent upon them to find out. No comment. Because it's not illegal to have a firearm. It's no comment. The next thing he's going to do, okay, step out of the car. Now, when a cop tells you to step out of the car, you go, okay, officer, am I legally, obligated to step out of this car? And they're going to say yes. They can say anything they want. But the truth is, unless you feel threatened, unless that officer feels threatened by a weapon, then no, you're not. You can look up the state laws. Yeah, they can ask you to step outside of the car, and you have to step out if they're threatened. Now, in each state, it might be different, but usually it's if they're threatened, if they feel threatened. So you go, okay, officer, I'll step out. What's the probable cause? This is after you stepped out. Okay, no problem. I'll step out. Boom, you step out. Then you ask him, what's a probable cause? You ask him this because you wanted to be on record. You want to litigate against it. So you go, what's the probable cause for asking me to step out? And they'll say, just step back here, whatever. They're going to, put you in the back of the car, and then they're going to search you, blah, blah, blah. And they're not going to find a weapon on you. Which, again, you got to have your probable cause for asking me to step out should be a weapon. But they're going to say, we just want to talk to you. We just want to talk to you is not probable cause, but you do it anyway. Don't sit there in the car, because then they're going to yank you out of the car, and then they're going to take you to jail for obstruction and resisting, and they'll beat your ass, and you'll be in there for the 12 hour. It's ridiculous. So if they say step out of the car and say, what's the probable cause? Hopefully you're recording and they're recording. Now you can litigate against it. Because if you don't know, they're gonna get aggressive. Just say, okay, I'll step out, but what's the probable cause? They're gonna say, we just want to talk to you. That's not probable cause. But okay, I stepped out. You know what I'm saying? You step out, you go to the back, they're going to put you up against the car or whatever, and then they're going to frisk you. I don't consent to this. Just relax. We're just checking to see if you have any weapons. That's illegal what they're doing. They can't just frisk you just out of nowhere. Terry versus Ohio. They can't do that. But they just run the federal laws over anyway. Why? Because they're armed and you're not. There's 3 of them and there's 1 of you, and you're not going to whoop their ass. You're not going to beat them. You're just not. And that's just that. And so, you comply. Then they're going to ask you a bunch of questions. Is there anything in the car? Why are you giving us a hard time? Your answer should be no comment. I plead the fifth. Then they're not gonna like that. They're gonna keep asking you questions. You say, hey, I plead the Fifth Amendment and the Fourth Amendment. I would like a lawyer present. They hate to hear that, but that's your right. I plead the Fifth. I would like a lawyer present. They shouldn't ask you questions after that, but they're gonna keep asking you questions. Or they're going to say, okay, turn around and put your hands behind your back. Sure. Turn around. They're going to take your phone, put it on the car, put your hands behind your back. Then they're going to say, relax, relax, and they might even hit you with the stop, stop, stop 3 times. If they hit you with that, you're going on the ground. Even if you're standing still, if they say stop, 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 they're going to slam you on the ground. They're going to beat you up, and then they're going to say a bunch of stuff that you're doing that you never did. Why? Because now they have a reason to take you to jail. Then they can hit you with resisting. They can hit you with, aggravated assault, assault on a police officer, disorderly conduct. What they're trying to do is over-indict you so something sticks. So they give you a whole bunch of charges that are all going to be thrown out because they had no other reason. They should have just let you go. They had no other reason, so they made something up. They're going to put you in the back of the car. Then they're going to cop-splain you all the whole ride there. Why did you make us do that, man? I mean, we were being nice to you. I mean, we didn't have. Do I know you? Have I ever done anything to you? I mean, I was being cool with you, man, until you start flinching, and then you start looking around, and then you're breathing heavy. You're nervous. Your eyes are going. It's just like get out of here. We know that you're not really here to serve and protect us. And they put you in jail, put you through this whole thing, and then eventually, once the prosecutor looks at it, the prosecutor goes, none of this is going to stick. None of this is going to stick. They're going to try to make something stick. They're going to try to get a felony out of you, but nothing's going to stick. So, you guys have to use that, hey, no comment, or I plead the fifth. But don't sit there and rattle off a bunch of stuff. Hey, is there anything in the car I need to know about? Am I legally obligated to help you with your investigation? They're going to say no, but we're just asking because, for my safety. And you just say, okay, well, I have no comment. And just take it from there and be smooth about it. I have no comment. Also, I'm not sure about this, but I seen somewhere where if a cop asks you for your license, you do not have to hand over your license because it's your property. Now, I would check that in the state that you're in. But you are supposed to present your credentials. Like I said, I would check that. I don't think you're supposed to hand over your license. But, cops are used to saying, give me your license, just like this is my personal property. I will present my information and you show them your license. I'll present my information. They're supposed to take it, write down a number and then go check your information. When people don't have a license, they go, okay, what's your name? And then they say, okay, my name is so-and-so and so-and-so. They say, well, do you have a license? I sure do. I just can't find it right now, or I left it at the gym or whatever. And they go, okay, this is what a good cop will do. Okay, what's your name? You go, my name is Mary Poppins. And they'll go, okay, Mary Poppins, what's your date of birth? And you go, 9/9, 2001 or what, I don't know. And they go, 9/9/2001. They'll say, okay, I'll be right back. Then the good cop will, stop asking questions, go to the cop car, run your blah, 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 run your tag. They're going to find out your name and your tag both matched and then come back to you. And they're going to say, here's a citation or here's a warning for whatever it is. And that's the way policing is done. Here's a citation for, the turn signal. And then here's your, well, they don't owe you anything. They'll just say, here's a citation. Go ahead and sign right here. It's not an admission of guilt. It just means that, you have a court date and then blah, blah, blah. And then boom. Then you'll get an email or a text message or whatever and say, hey, here's your court date. Or you can just pay the ticket and you can just go online and pay the ticket and, all is well in the merry old land of Oz. Now, I've just had that happen to me last year. Cops stopped me because of my plates on my trailer. I was guilty. I knew I was guilty. I had no friction with this cop whatsoever. He stopped me. He said, "Hey, your plates, blah, 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 on your trailer." I was like, "Yeah, I know, this, that, and the third." He was like, "Yeah, we should have got it done." I was like, "Yep, my bad." Boom. I gave him my license, but I didn't have to. I could have just shown it to him. He went, wrote me the ticket. Boom. I paid the ticket. All's well done. That's good policing. Boom, bam, not all this jump out. So what's going on, man? But all this BS, people are tired of that. You pulling me out the car for a tail light? Okay, fine. Oh well, your eye, you're breathing heavy. You're a little nervous. Your eyes are kind of no. That's all BS. Those are bad cops. And cops say, "Hey, don't tell me how to do my job. I'm a civilian. I'm supposed to. I'm supposed to remind you that what you're doing is illegal." And then they'll go, "When did you get when did you become a lawyer?" And the answer is, you're a civilian. You have the right to know what your rights are. It's not about, having a law degree. It's simply about, these are my rights as an American. This is what makes up America. This is why we're all here. This is why everybody wants to come here. Nobody wants to leave. You're not getting a mass exodus out of America. You're getting a mass influx into America still. Why? Because of our rights. There are rights that nobody should be trampling over, including you, Mr. Police Officer. You just can't trample over rights and think that, oh, it's okay because no, it's not. You need to be kicked off the force. Get out of here. Go get a desk job somewhere. Get out of here. We don't want you policing out here just arresting people just to try to make an extra dollar on the side. It's not what we want. We want the cops to go after the criminals. We want the cops to stop people from speeding blatantly. We want the cops to have some decorum, to even have some mercy. Hell, I got stopped one time doing 77 in a 55. That cop found out that I worked for the Ohio House of Representatives, and he gave me a warning and kicked rocks. I was wrong. I should have got a massive ticket. He's like, slow down, boom. I remember one time I was speeding, and the cop stopped me and was like, "Why were you going so fast?" I was like, "I was trying to get home." He gave me a ticket and said, "Show up in court." I showed up in court, showed up in front of the judge, and I showed up suit and tie in some rinky-dink backwater town, some racist hick town. But that judge looked at my case. He hasn't seen me before. I'm not a blatant speeder. I'm not somebody who just totally, said, "F the police." I got caught speeding in your section of the world. That was that. I paid the fine. He was like, "Listen, I could take away your license." I was like, "Understood." I didn't argue that. I just looked at him and I said, "Yeah, I know." I didn't come up with some cockamamie, sticking my tongue out. I was like, "You sure can." My thought was, okay, if this guy takes away my license, what do I do next? See, because if your license is taken away, if they go, "I can take away your license for speeding," you go, "You absolutely can, Judge. You absolutely can. But I need my vehicle to get back and forth to work, and if you got a wife and kids, you got that, and in the grocery store. So I need my necessities. So if you're gonna take my license, I do need my vehicle to survive." You know what the judge is gonna do? Okay, fine. You can have your vehicle to go to work, come home, go do this, for the essentials. And that's going to be for a certain amount of time. You're going to get certain points on your license. And then after a while, that's going to go away. That's how the system works. That's the way it's supposed to work. I got caught doing 150 or whatever in a 55. Yeah, they can take your license. Why were you doing this much speed? Who cares? But Judge, I need to get back and forth to work. Okay, go back and forth to work. I'll sit there and argue with the judge. You were wrong. That's good judging. That's good policing. That's how it's supposed to work here in America. Not, I'm going to take away every opportunity for you to make money, so you're going to struggle. Then you're going to go out here and commit crimes. Then you're going to end up in our jail system. Then you're going to end up committing a felony. You're going to be in there even longer. And when you get out, nobody's going to give you an opportunity. That's what's actually happening. The term is called being disenfranchised. And this is why we have over 2 million people that are in jail. But, you see in a lot of these, clips where they're like, 13% of of Americans are committing the majority of the crimes. It's just like, that's absolutely false. And let me remind you, there are more white people that are in and out of jail than there is anybody else. Why? Because there's 177 million of them. They're just in there for shorter terms than black people. So let's cut the BS out. They're in there. They're just not in there for as long of a term. But yeah, it's called disenfranchising. Once you get that mark on you, and then an employer goes and they look up your background check, and they go, "Oh, you were in jail for slapping Mr. Mahanahan because his dog bit you." Yeah, that was an assault. That was felony for assault? Yeah, we can't hire you. It was 30 years ago. Yeah, it's still. You never got it expunged. I couldn't get it expunged. Yeah, not our fault. You're out of here. Like, what? Yeah, they disenfranchise you. No state job, no city, no county, no federal job. All the good jobs gone. So what are you doing? You're out on the side of the road shoveling, trash. And not for the, trash company. You're doing it for some contract. And then that guy is giving you a hard time. You're out there at 5 a.m. and he's treating you like a piece of trash until you punch him square in the mouth. Now here we go again. Nobody's giving you a break. You got no license, you got no car. You're just out here dodging police left and right. And they disenfranchised you. Why? Because I know one guy who used to be a dealer. Now, that was his fault for being a dealer. But this guy used to tell me the police would come and snatch me whenever they wanted to and put me in jail. He said they would just come to my house and say, "Yo," and he'd walk outside and get into the car. They would keep him in there for a month or whatever. Boom, let him go. So it is real. It is a real thing that they do. Disenfranchisement is a real deal. And it's hard to civilly and criminally litigate, because even the lawyers are scared as hell. They're scared of the judges because they know that they're going up against the cops. And the cop has to be so blatantly wrong for a lawyer to take it. And some lawyers are just like, they're gonna be like, "No, I'm not doing it," because they know that those gang members, which are the police, they're gonna be looking at you. They're going to be looking at you going, "Oh yeah, you took up so-and-so case." So usually what happens, if you haven't noticed, is the local lawyer may take a case for a short time. And what happens is the federal lawyers get involved. Once it gets to a federal case, which means the Department of Justice, once the Department of Justice gets involved, those lawyers have bigger balls. The police try to intimidate them. They're going, "You're absolutely out of your mind. You're going to end up like Derek Chauvin." Yeah, you better stow that right now, because we'll get you and your whole crew, and they will. A federal lawyer will drop the hammer on the whole department, police chief and everyone. Then they'll start digging up all your dirt. And they can. They can and they will if they have to, especially if you say something or do something that's out of line. Then you'll be looking at federal prison. And this is not where a police officer wants to be at all. But like I said, recently there was a whole department of police officers from the chief on down were all arrested. Those arrests did not come from local police officers. Those arrests came from federal police officers. And if those police wanted to get into it, they're going to have to deal with the feds. If the feds are coming to see you, you're looking at your whole family being in some kind of quagmire that you just don't want. But I've seen local police try to arrest, local police departments go in and try to arrest a chief. It doesn't go as smoothly. That chief will look at them and go, I'm not gonna adhere to this. And you're like, yes, you will. And so his boys will come outside like, what's up? What are we doing? And now you have a Mexican standoff. But it has happened. So, yeah. Now, as far as this Jaquan case or whatever, I seen the mother speak. She went to local government, gave a speech, but we've seen it all before. We know that, like I said, they're going to hang the jury. The problem is the police officer that done this has done this more than once. And there was a case where police officers blatantly, they even said they were going to kill this guy. And that was Alton Sterling. And the police had made up their mind before they even got out the car. They wasn't even in the area. They didn't even see him. Alton Sterling was standing outside of a local store, selling CDs. He was hustling. But the store owner, I think that's the way it went, said, hey, there's a guy outside and he's armed. Well, when you live in the hood and you're selling CDs at the local, whatever, you better have something, because a lot of people get robbed where? At the gas station. They get robbed at the corner store. So Alton Sterling was armed. Was he legally armed? Yes. To my knowledge. I haven't looked into the story in a minute. But what the police did is they rolled up on him and they jumped on him, and Alton Sterling didn't put up a fight. Now that is on video. And what the police did was they laid him on his back instead of turning him over, put your hands behind your back, whatever. Which, I mean, what they should have did, they should have came out, drew on him and said, hey, hands up. Because he had a gun. But, it's not illegal to have a gun. They could have came out, boom, hands up, keep your hands in the air, walk towards him, do that whole thing, and then, frisk him, turn him around, frisk him, see where the weapon is, boom, take the weapon, clear the weapon, put the weapon on the hood of the police car, boom, and then put his hands behind his back, then ask questions. Alton Sterling lives. That's not what they did. They jumped on the man, and when they pinned him down on his back. Alton Sterling had his arms out like he was, making a cross. And then they were hyping their own self up while he said nothing. And they shot him point blank range in his chest several times. Clack, 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 clack. Well, that's murder. And then when they looked at the police video, and saw that the police already decided they were going to kill him in the car, it was like once that video was out, everybody was like, "Oh, okay, you rolled up like you was you are." This guy was dead. He didn't even know it. So when Philando Castile and Alton Sterling died in brutal ways, which they should not have died at all, there was a Marine who saw this, and the Marine said, "Bet, I had enough." So he armed himself with some type of M4, which I never shot when I was in the Army. I shot the M2 A1, air-cooled 7.5-pound M16, and I shot the M60, but I never shot an M4. So he had an M4, and he went looking for the cops. He found himself in a building just shooting cops. He shot and killed 2 white cops and 1 black cop. He was cornered in a building. They sent in a robot in there. The robot blew the room up and killed him. And he injured other cops too. The point is, there will be blood. Yeah. When you blatantly kill somebody like that, it is a spiritual thing. You're like, "Oh, nobody's going to do nothing. I got away with it before." No, you didn't. You never got away with the first one. Because there are our laws, then there are God's laws. And God said blatantly, He didn't say, "I would like." He said, "I command." God is a king. He makes commandments. He doesn't make suggestions. And it reads very clearly, "Thou shalt not commit murder." It is very, very, very clear. So if you did something, you think you got away with it, you have not got away with it. You just got by. And in the Alton Sterling Philando Castile case, those are 2 black men that died, and 2 white men and one black officer died because of it. They died because of it. And those are 3 officers who had families that did not need to die. For one, those 3 officers had nothing to do with anything. They were just answering a call of a man who was armed. They had nothing to do with it. But nonetheless, the man who killed those officers wrote a manifesto. And he said why he was shooting and killing officers. And he put on there because of what they did to Philando Castile and what they did to Alton Sterling. So here are the facts. You blatantly shot that man, and the world has saw it. And the spirits have saw it, and now the Lord has to deal with you on whatever level the Lord deals with you. It has nothing to do with me, but we've seen the case where the one guy, his son got shot, and then all of a sudden a police officer who had nothing to do with it dies. So we're in a round of, we're in a cyclical, endless cycle of, you do this to me, then, something happens to one of you. And the thing about it is, it's not the person, like, you didn't get the person who did it to your family. You got somebody else, and now their family is like, "Oh, we need to get our get back." And there's just a whole bunch of get back. And, and these demons and devils, they're watching us, and they're just enjoying the whole thing because blood is being shed, and nobody's coming to their senses and going, "Why hasn't this stopped?" And then the people who can stop it won't stop it because they're in fear of the people who are doing it. And it just goes on and on and on and on and on. And it just doesn't stop. until, you die, and then the great day of the Lord comes. Excuse me, the great and terrible day of the Lord comes, and you're standing before the Lord, and he's going, why did you shoot this person? And you're like, because I could. And now you're in a fiery hell burning for an eternity because of a system that allowed you to commit the most heinous crimes. And you're screaming for mercy, and the Lord is like, no. You're in darkness and you're on fire, falling in the pits of hell. And the Lord's like, no, because you were angry. This is what the spirit of anger does. And you were prideful. You didn't do it once, you did it 3 times. You were proud that you were murdering black people. And this is what happens with murderers. This is where they go. Have fun. Depart from me. I never knew you. Like I said, there are laws. There are your laws that here, but then there's God's laws. And if you read that Bible, it says very clearly, God hates a prideful look. God said, do not commit murder. He meant that. He did. He meant every single word of the scriptures. Book of Revelations tells you, and on that day the books were open, and then the book of life was open. Those whose name wasn't written in the book of life, they went to an eternal hell. So, be aware that you're being watched. Yeah, be aware that, nothing you're doing is in the dark. Scriptures read very clearly, what you do in the dark will come out to the light. And this is why you're seeing all this stuff about governments and, these people in high places that are, committing the most heinous and horrible crime. Your politician that you vote for and you look up to, like some celebrity, is doing some of the craziest, outlandish stuff in the world. You're like, good, you guys are eating children, or you're baking children like it's a freaking, you know why they're doing that? Immortality. And they're not the only ones who are doing this. This is happening worldwide. Worldwide. In some parts of Africa, there are regular dark-skinned Africans who are eating albinos. Yeah. So if you're born an albino, your life is at risk just because you're an albino. Yeah. So there's cannibalism all over the planet, and it's horrible, so to find out that our politicians are, doing it just doesn't surprise me. Heck, it doesn't surprise, too many people, because everybody went back to work like it's nothing. The world is crazy. Yet nobody went out in the street and protested eating children. Not one. Everybody protested ICE. Why? Because it's fashionable. Nobody went out and protested eating children. You got some people who yelled in the airport about it, but you don't have some huge collective of people marching down the street and completely stopping the system. Getting on a highway, just stopping everybody from going to work. Nobody's working. Nobody's doing a damn thing until I find out why you're eating children, why you're going to Israel, and these guys got you eating children and banging, doing all kind of, why? I want to know. I want to go, let's run up in the White House about that. Nobody ran it up in the White House, but you guys want to run up in the White House over some old nonsense and, no, now you have a damn good reason. You know how many kids go missing a day? Why do you think all those people were allowed to come across the border? And as soon as they came across the border, they were separated from their families. Those kids were separated, put on a bus, and they were gone, never seen again. Those families that came over here, they're called undocumented. Where do you think those children went? All gone. They're all gone by the busloads. Why do you think they opened the border and allowed that to happen? By the busloads. Hundreds, 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 hundreds of thousands of children disappeared just like that. And the reason why you don't know anything about it, because they were undocumented. They had no social security number. They almost had no name. The only people who knew about them are the poor people that came in the country, and then boom, they turned around and marched their asses right back out of the country. They walked here. They walked here. You don't think they were snatching those kids off of the side of the road? Those people that walked here? Why do you think some of these countries are, turned over on their head so they can get to the kids? You think that the good guys are going in there and saving these countries when the countries are turned upside down? Powered by miniature steam, a peaceful node. I don't know what that means. Acknowledge to so when they go and they turn over the Middle East on its head, like we did back in '91 when I was in the service, find out that there's no weapons of mass destruction, what do you think they're after? They're after the gold, they're after the oil, and they're after the people. Remember when that earthquake happened in Haiti? What happened? The Christians went over there on a boat. Hey, we're going to help the Haitian children. They snatched a bunch of those children up and they were never seen again. They were never seen again. Some of them were put into slavery. And the story didn't break until one of them was found in the suburbs. Little black girl. They kept her in a closet. And once that story broke, then it was just like, wait a minute, you guys are supposed to be freaking the Red Cross. That's who you're supposed to be. No, come to find out they were in on it. They were in on the whole thing. They just found an opportune time to go over and snatch more children. Yeah, they were snatching children. Go ahead and look the story up if you think I'm lying. Look up the earthquake that happened in Haiti and see the whole story. They were snatching those kids up. Now, in some places in Africa, when a white person shows up, the kids start running because they already know what they're there for. They start running. They start screaming. Yeah, there are over 900,000 slaves in the world. You go to North Africa, you find a bunch of slaves. Algeria, a bunch of slaves. Yep. What do you think they're doing with those slaves? You got some Africans that, go up into North Africa and they're looking for work because their country's poor. They can't find any work. And a lot of them are women. And then, the Algerians will be like, you want to be, you come over here and be my maid, but I'm going to knock you whenever I want to. And there's not a thing you can do about it. And you're gonna be trapped here until I'm done with you. So yeah, you're the maid, but whenever he comes in the house and he wants to flip up your dress, you're gonna take it and shut up about it. And that's exactly what happens. That's what's going on right now. That's what's going on right now. And a lot of people are trapped in these countries. They can't get out because they'll snatch your visa in a heartbeat. You're not going nowhere. This is why you have such friction between these people. You got the Boko Haram people, of course, they snatched a bunch of Nigerian girls, but that you got that whole religious war going on there. Some of the girls, they came back pregnant. Yeah, some of the girls escaped that. They were middle school girls. Yeah, some of them got away. They came back pregnant. And so a lot of the feminism you hear, that's all first world country stuff. Oh, I'm strong as a man. They don't say that in these other countries. They're not doing that. That's all first world rhetoric, excuse me. That's not second and third world rhetoric. You don't have people in Ghana talking about I'm as strong as a man, a woman, or I'm as strong. They got some mouth on them, but they know when it comes down to when it comes to some of the wars, they know it's on. You got people in Burkina Faso who just taken 75% of their country. You think you had a lot of women going, oh, I'm strong as a man? Absolutely not. You didn't see the women out there, in the field in the dust, with rifles trying to hunt down these, somebody, I think they're Fulani people who came into their country and tried to take it over, worshiping cows and whatnot and knocking them off. You didn't see that. No, you didn't hear no woman say, I'll beat a man up, and you didn't hear not one of that. But nonetheless, those are some strong women. But they know the deal. They know they don't stand a chance going up against an angry man. They stand that one chance. Not one. Not one. Because those men were coming into the villages and burning the whole village. You hear one woman stand up to them, you didn't hear it. You heard them running, trying to hide in the building while they're being burnt alive with their child in their hand. That's what you heard, screaming. You didn't hear that in Rwanda when the Rwanda wars were going on with the Houthis and Tutsis. You didn't hear the Tutsi women going, I'm as strong as a Houthi male. You heard nothing of that. What you heard is them getting their limbs cut off. That's what you heard. You heard them being taken away broad daylight. You heard them crying out to try to reason with these men, saying, hey, we are your own people. That's what you heard. You didn't hear not one of them talk about something, yeah, I'm going to do this. And, I know jujitsu. You didn't see none of that. Because those men had one thing in mind. The Dutch said that my nose is different from your nose. And then they armed us. So we're going to come in and slaughter all of you because of what the white man said. And that's exactly what happened. And it happened twice. Go look at the movie Hotel Rwanda. It was simply because the white man told poor black people of two different tribes and said, hey, you are different from them. Go slaughter them. Where do you think all the diamonds come from? The Dutch, De Beers. Where do you think that's coming from? Rwanda. They had all those people slaughtered on purpose. And they let them slaughter themselves, but they armed them. Yeah. You didn't hear not one woman talking about I'm as strong as a man. You won't hear it in these countries. You won't hear a woman trying to compare a bear with a man in these third and second world countries. You won't do it. You won't see a woman telling a guy, oh, don't look at my ass. You won't hear it. You won't hear it. You won't, because they will come into your house and eliminate you. They will, and they have it. They're doing it right now. They're doing it right now. Shoot, forgot what country that is, where they have the whole city surrounded. They're starving the people. It's going on right now. It's in it's not Ethiopia. Shoot, I forgot what country that is. It's happening right now. And the women are at a complete disadvantage. That's the way Burkina Faso was. Until they were like, let's kick the French out. Because the French did absolutely nothing. Do you know the French army came in and said, hey, we're going to help you with your terrorist problem? Burkina Faso was like, fine. And they were there for 20, 30 years, did nothing. They even told the people of Burkina Faso, you can't go to a certain part of your own country. You know what they were doing? They were going to that part of the country and meeting up with the terrorists. And then they took away the weapons of the army. They were actually practicing with wooden guns. When Ibrahim Traoré took over, he said, yeah, we had 100,000 bullets, but we didn't have any guns. And then they were talking about the gold reserves. He said, well, they can't talk about our gold reserves because we had none. They had no weapons. Now it's one of the fastest growing countries in the world. Niger, I think, is the fast growing country in the world, according to the GDP. Burkina Faso is one of the richest countries in the world as far as gold is concerned. That's why gold is on the rise. They used to go mine their gold, pay them pennies on a dollar, put the gold on ships, and then the ships would turn off their transponder and just get lost, and the ships would go to wherever. You know where some of those places where those ships went? United Emirates. Yeah, Dubai and all those guys. And you're like, oh, those guys have so much gold. Where are they getting it from? They weren't producing gold. Where are they getting all that gold from? They have oil. Where were they getting the gold from? Africa. They were stealing it. The Arabs were stealing. They're still doing it, but not as much now. And some of those Arab nations went, hey, Ibrahim Traoré, why don't you let us build mosques in your country? We want to build 200 mosques. He was like, we need schools and hospitals. We're not building any mosques. They were stealing the gold. They were killing the people and stealing the gold. And then got upset when they were like, hey, French, you're out of here because we know that you're stealing uranium. And this is how you're powering your cities, but our cities are having blackouts. We don't have any power over here. That's why they kicked the French out. They were like, French, you got to go. And that's why you have Assimi Goïta, President Chiani, and Ibrahim Traoré. They took over the Sahel, and they kicked the French out of all those places. And what happened? All hell broke out. The Europeans paid more terrorists to come in and try to cut them off at try to cut off their supplies, their oil, so their nation would stop. Where have we seen that? We're seeing that now, and where? Not too far from it, right off the coast of Florida, in Cuba. It's the same playbook. The Americans surround Cuba and have completely cut Cuba off from any oil. Nobody can get oil out of Cuba. You know where they were getting it from? Venezuela. Who did we hit first? Venezuela. And what did we hit them for? Hey, Maduro is selling drugs and bringing drugs. Was he? Was Maduro this big crime boss? You went in there and took Maduro because they were selling oil to Cuba. You understand? Cuba, one of their main supplies was the agree that they had with Maduro for oil. They were also getting it somewhere else, but the majority of it was coming from Venezuela. Yeah. And now what we got 11 million people about to starve because there's no oil that can go in there. None whatsoever. They put them back into the Stone Age. They can't even drive the buses. There's no planes that are going in and out of here en masse like there used to be. You might find one every now and then, but there's no oil. No oil. Your sewage system can't be properly filtered because your machines aren't running. It's not like they have the aqueducts there, which are still functioning, by the way. But no, the sewage system. Well, what's going to happen? Disease is going to creep in. What's going to happen? People are going to be infested. They're going to get disease. It's just going to eat it from the inside out. They'll get parasites. You know what's happening in the Middle East? A lot of those people have what? Parasites. They're infested with parasites. A lot of those Middle Eastern people are infested with parasites. They're all in their bodies. This is what happens when you go and you derail a nation. The food that they eat is not properly sanitized. The water they're drinking has, parasites and the amoebic dysentery, and you get protozoas and all that stuff in there, and they're in here multiplying. Next thing you know, people are dying of dysentery, which can easily kill you. Why? Because it drains your body of fluid. Takes the fluid right out of your body. That's what's going on. That's what's going to happen if somebody doesn't come in and do something about Cuba, but there's a blockade. Where else have we seen a blockade like this before? The Strait of Hormuz. Why? Oil. We saw this when Obama was in. But Obama didn't cause the blockade. He's the one that sent military over there to clear up the blockade. Your country doesn't have oil. You're in big doo-doo really quick. Real quick. It only takes maybe a month or two, and you'll feel the effects. The people in the hospitals in Cuba can't even serve the people who are coming in sick. As a matter of fact, what they're doing now is they're going back to natural, healing systems or whatever they use, herb this, herb that, because some things they just can't. Imagine having a flu and not being able to get a flu shot. You want to know where that happened? Africa. You want to know who was behind that? Bill Gates. Bill Gates was behind that. That's why Bill Gates tried to go into Burkina Faso, Mali, and Nigeria, and they said, absolutely not. Do not come here. Bill Gates can't go into that part of Africa. He'll lose his life. They made it very clear, do not come here. Why? Because they went there and they experimented on the Africans. Nuclear weapons, they experimented on the Africans, the Kenyans. Yeah, they set off nuclear weapons while they were in the area to see what would happen to them. It didn't blow them up because they weren't that close, but they were in the radiated area where they would get hit with what? Radiation. They wanted to see what was going to happen, and they found out. They died of cancer. This really did happen. So I'm just saying, there's a lot of stuff that is not outside of your front door that you don't see. But if you start, looking around in the news, you're going to see a lot of this crazy stuff. It's really happening. The civilized atmosphere that you live in, you are privileged. You're privileged. Listen, at one point, Burkina Faso, which is not even a couple years ago, 4 or 5 years ago, they barely had any roads. And just imagine a mother trying to feed their children and can't even get food to her. And this is what was happening. And if you're weak, if your child's weak, if the dad is weak, he can't even farm, correctly. One flood, one rain that comes down, boom, the roads were flooded. And I'm talking about huge trucks trying to get through these roads, flooded. The roads flooded out, boom. You have to wait until that water goes away. You're hit. They were dying of starvation. So then the terrorists would just come in and just do whatever. They just did whatever. They killed the men and then they took the children. And then sometimes they just killed the children off. But most of the time they took them. And the women too. But sometimes they just knocked the women off. They didn't like them. They just, you're not going to. Where do you think those people went? To the slave system. Yeah, to the slave system. To be, used by those men for whatever. Food, barter system, making children, whatever they wanted. And that's what's going on now. Those people are gone. Those are undocumented people. They're gone. We have no idea what these people are. And this was just 3 years ago. Some of those people are still alive somewhere in the world doing something they don't want to do. They're in horrible situations. Horrible. That's happening now. And Burkina Faso, once they start making deals with China and Russia and China put them on the offense. Remember, they were playing defense. They would get their homes would get raided, and then boom, they were gone. And about time the military got to where it was already over. There's dead bodies, there's burning, there's bullets. That's what they came and saw. They saw all their kinsmen and just dead, everything dead, children dead, everyone dead, cows dead, everything just burned and dead. The whole buildings burned, whole villages decimated, bullet holes everywhere. The most horrific scene that you can imagine, that's what you saw. So when they kicked the French out and they went to the Russians and said, hey, listen, we have gold. We will give you a certain amount of what's mine. We'll give you a certain percentage. However, we want it to be produced here. Not only do we want it, we're going to dig it up here, but we wanted it to be refined here, and then you can have it. And now look at Burkina Faso. Now look at Niger. Now look at them. They have new equipment for the police. They have farming equipment. And listen, Burkina Faso didn't sell this to farmers. He didn't sell tractors to farmers. He went and bought hundreds of them and said, this is yours. He went and built brand new hospitals. He built schools. He's like, put these kids in schools. You got people now wanting to join the army. They got bikes and stuff so they can go out and, in the desert, hunt these people down. Now they're completely on the offense. They got all kind of military equipment. And he said, listen, the people who let us, that we buy this from, he said, none of these people want to teach us how to make weapons. He said they treat us like children. Oh, you need an army? We'll be your army. He's like, but now, things have changed. But he said, still, these people don't want to teach us how to make weapons. Do you know that Obama went and he went around the world telling people, hey, put your nuclear weapons, away. But do you know in Africa, there's not one country that owns a nuclear weapon? There's not one. There is a treaty. There's a treaty in Africa that says you cannot have a nuclear weapon. There's a treaty. Who signed this treaty? No nuclear weapons in Africa. It is a treaty. That's outrageous. So now Burkina Faso is just like, hey, we're going to ask the Russians, can they build a, nuclear facility for electricity? Because we're tired of having blackouts. We need power. We need nuclear power, just like everybody else. We need a nuclear plant. All the Europeans were just like, you guys might get nuclear weapons, so we don't like this. We don't like this. But they're like, screw that. This has nothing to do with you. They even try to control who they sell uranium to, because uranium is electricity and it can be used for nuclear weapons. And guess who they sell it to? Iran. They sell it to Iran. And nobody wants Iran to have a nuclear weapon. And I know, even though they got plenty of ballistic missiles, they don't want Iran to have a nuclear weapon. So every country is tied in this gridlock. Every country is in it. I don't care how small the country is. Look at Benin. Look what happened in Benin. Look at Togo. Look at what happened in those African countries. Soon as Benin was just like, you know what? We see what Ibrahim Traoré is doing. We see what Tiani is doing. We see what Assimi Goïta is doing. We want that. We want our president out. We want the French out of here. So what did they do? They took over the government and kicked the president out. They were like, they went on the radio and said, we told the president to kick rocks. We have now taken over the presidency, blah, blah, blah. The next day, what happened? The French told Nigeria to fire up those, F-4 Phantom third generation. That's what they look like, but they're third generation airplanes. He said, fire up those airplanes and go across this bridge and make sure that, the president is reinstalled in this country. Why? Why does the French care? And why would they send Nigeria to do it? Because that's exactly what Nigeria did. Nigeria can't even deal with Boko Haram, but you're going to go into another country just to reinstall a crooked president? That's exactly what they did. Then that president came out of, the bathroom or wherever he was like, yes, I'm still the president, blah, blah, blah. Why? Because he's a yes man to the French, and the supplies that he has in his country goes into the French's hand. That's why. And Nigeria is the same way. They're yes men to the French. Yeah. And as long as these yes men exist and stay in power, Tinubu is in power in Nigeria. As long as they stay in power, Kenya, get rid of that president too. President of Kenya, get rid of him. The president of Togo, get rid of him. And his scheming ass, get rid of him. But as long as these African presidents stay president and suck up all the resources and all the money, Africa, those parts of Africa will stay poor. Yeah. Those parts of Africa will stay very poor. And they're not going to have roads. Ibrahim Traore just built a road. He just built I think it's a 4-lane highway from Ouagadougou to, God, I forgot the other name. But it's the 2 major cities in the country. So now they're going to have, and it's done. I mean, less than 40 days, they got most of this thing mapped out. And it's not like the Chinese helped them or anything. They're doing it on their own. So, yeah, it's a beautiful thing. So probably by the end of, 2 months from now, it'll be a wrap. I think it'll be up and running. And then once they get their nuclear plant up and running, they'll be able to build their own missiles. They'll be able to build their own bullets. They already got their own cars now. Yeah, they got their own electric cars. They're actually building military vehicles, so they're already on that. They also have they also have their own drones. People in Burkina Faso, they're like really good at science. They're really good. I did some. Yeah, I did some reading of the Bible. How you doing today? Yeah, I usually start off reading the Bible, then I make some music, but I just been talking about worldly events. I can get back to some music or Bible if somebody likes. But I just been talking about the development of the world, and mainly because I was following Burkina Faso, Nigeria, and I was following Africa. Long before I Show Speed showed up there, I was following what was going on in their events and their speedy development, and how a backwater country is now one of the main countries that people are going to learn how to fight. There's actually European nations that are going into Burkina Faso to learn how to train with their soldiers. That's interesting. And he's letting them in. He's like, yeah, you can come in and train with us. But the second one of you does something foul, I'm kicking you out the country. You're never coming back. Or I'm going to imprison you. Yeah, he's not playing. Cool. We were talking about drills last night. I'm cool with anything. I tried to study the scriptures and pray. Yeah, there you go. Hold on a second. I'll be right back. But yeah, so they're not playing over there. Yeah. So yeah, I was just talking about world events and things that are going on in Africa. and the speedy development of Niger, Burkina Faso, and how they're coming together. And even though they've been, isolated, and a lot of bad things have happened, there's some very strong and impressive people. Now that China and Russia has stepped in to, sell them weapons, they've taken over 75% of their country back, taking it back. And they're going out and they're hunting these, people who've been pretty much terrorizing them. And now they're getting supplies, they're getting food, they're getting medicine. There's wells that are being dug. Don't forget it's the desert. So they've even made a dam in Burkina Faso. Now they used to walk a long ways just to get, a little bit of water. But what happened is the scientists have found out that there's a whole lake up under some of these places of fresh water. So once they found them, they went out and started digging all these holes, and now they have just wells that are just popping up, and where people can just go pump the water, boom, it's fresh water. Don't forget, the interesting about the people in Burkina Faso is they can drink mud and still survive. If you don't believe me, go and look at it. You'll see their soldiers that are out hunting for these raiders and whatnot. You'll see them stop by and put their cup into like a muddy river or something like that. You'll see it, and they'll boom dip it in there, and then they'll drink it. Don't forget, this is the desert. And they'll drink it, and I'm thinking, you guys are going to get sick. No, their bodies are adjusted to it. Because I can't do it. If I did that, I'm finished. They can do it. They can drink like muddy water, and oh, they're amazing people. They're amazing. You notice you don't see a lot of fat ones? You don't see a lot of fat. Matter of fact, I don't think I've even seen any that was fat. You don't see none fat over there. Almost all of them are farmers. And now their development is so crazy because they have a tomato. I remember they had a tomato factory that was shut down. Now it's up and running. They built a new one. It's up and running. They had and another thing, they don't import a lot of food, so they grow their own food, vegetables, rice, and all that stuff, to the point now they have such a surplus that starving nations are asking them for food. They're like, hey, we're starving. They're like, we got you. And so now the trucks are showing up with Burkina Faso on the side of it that are giving relief to these neighboring nations. And people are like, absolutely. They're like, what? Yeah, Burkina Faso showing up. Let me ask you, what's your opinion on racism in the States and outside of the U.S.? A white girl recently got caught saying racist remarks during a Zoom. It was a teacher who got caught, and she was teaching the 8th grade. Too smart for everyone. Yeah, so for one, the remark that she made was actually a quote. The second part of it was a quote. Yeah. She was teaching eighth grade students. She was like, if you teach them, to sit in the back, if you train them, you don't have to do anything else. They'll just do it. And so in her apology statement, she was like, these weren't my words. I'm sorry that it came off racist, but she basically was quoting someone, but it was still a very racist quote. She's like, they don't know that, that they're dumb, that they're in a school that is terrible for them. You know what I mean? So I did a video about it. It's a very racial thing to say, but it's a very true thing to say. If you train it, if you even in the Bible it says, if you train a child the way they should go, they won't stray from it. So what she was talking about is classical conditioning. So if you ever been to a psychology class or whatever, I think it was Pavlov's, dog. He classically conditioned the dog to salivate every time it heard a bell because the dog thought it was about to eat. So basically, if you train someone to sit in the back of the bus or in the back of the class, then you don't have to worry about it. They're just going to come in and sit in the back of the class. And she's saying that it's mindlessness. It's, you're being dumb. You got to understand the word dumb and stupid are often misnomers. They're often used out of context. If somebody is, she shouldn't use the word dumb if she was really gonna get into it. She should have used the word stupid, because stupid is temporary. Dumb, you can't help being dumb. If someone is dumb, they are born that way. There are people who are born dumb. It's a medical condition. But if somebody is stupid, they're not usually born stupid. They choose to be stupid, as in a stupor. I am mentally in a stupor. You find a lot of comments like this towards women. You're just stupid, or some women even say to themselves, "I'm just a stupid blonde." You hear that often. You think somebody is blonde, you think they're stupid. You know what I mean? A pretty blonde chick, she's stupid. Or a dumb blonde. But there's no such thing as somebody who's that beautiful and is dumb, because it comes with some side effects. If somebody is born dumb, you can tell that they are in this condition. But if somebody is stupid, now you might say a stupid person or stupid man or woman, that person chose to be ignorant of the facts during that time. So when somebody does something stupid, it's just like speeding down the highway at 200 miles an hour, knowing that traffic is coming up. That's stupid. You know what I'm saying? That's just stupid. And when, they end up in the back of a semi-truck or under it, it's just like, hey, they were being stupid. You know what I mean? So this woman, she was quoting someone, and she was basically saying, these kids, once you train them in a certain way, that's the way they're going to be. And they don't realize it because they're just dumb. And it's true what she said. The problem is she didn't say it about all races. She only said it about one. If you took an 8th grader and you told the 8th grader that here's something that they did to us. They used to tell us that our blood is blue, but when it hits the air and oxidizes, it's red. And we all believed it. Now, does that make us dumb, or does that make us stupid? The truth is, your blood is red. Now, we believe this. Gen Z, we was like, oh, no, your blood is actually blue until, it oxidizes, it hits the air, then it turns red. No, your blood is red. And now, being that we were kids and we believed this, what did that make us? We went around saying this. You actually have blue blood, blah, 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 and we stood on it. It was the Bible truth to us. We thought we knew something about the body. Yeah, you remember that. It was the Bible truth to us. You couldn't tell us any different. Somebody said, no, your blood is actually red. We're willing to argue with them because what the teacher told us. The authority of learning in our minds told us this. An adult who knows way more than we do and is teaching us has told us our blood is actually a different color. When it comes out, boom, it changes. It was not the truth, but yet we were stupid. We believed it until we got older and we found out that that's nowhere near the truth. And now we are no longer ignorant of the facts. we know that our blood is red. If somebody is stupid, they cannot make that transition. It's not possible for a stupid person to all of a sudden become smart and or aware of certain things. If they're stupid, they're born that way. It's not possible. So often these words are, used in a wrong fashion. Yeah. Often these words are, somebody, oh, you're so stupid. It's just like, this is me willingly doing it. Like when you're in a relationship, what happens? You get ignorant of the fact that this person's cheating on you. Why? Because you get love bombed. You're like, I've been with her so long, she wouldn't do this to me. You're stupid. Yeah, she's screwing somebody right now, heavily, and with you on the phone, you're listening to it, and you won't believe it. You won't believe that your girl is getting tagged right now because you loved her. Why? Because right now you're being stupid. And then once you come out of that stupor, what happens? You're angry. And you know who you're angry at? Yourself. And the first thing you say is, I was so stupid. I was so stupid. When you're younger, you do some things, and when you grow up, you go, I was so stupid. I was so stupid of me. Why did I do that? Yeah. Stupid has a transition. Dumb doesn't. And she's correct, but it's for all students. Any student can be taught that your blood is blue. I don't care what color you are. You're not a scientist in the 8th grade. You're not running around, the brightest, thing walking the planet that knows everything. You may be good at one thing or another, but you're not, you know what I'm saying? I don't want to block my presence, but I'm reluctant to get into a relationship right now. Just focus on you. Just focus on you, man. If your relationship is going to come, it's going to come. But it's just a simple fact that most people in relationships, when something happens, they don't believe that their partner would do that. And you're just stupid at that point. And then when you realize that your partner is, a raving lunatic, and they're doing it because you don't believe that they would, then you're like, oh, okay, I was just being stupid. You're like, oh man, I was so stupid. Then I cried, and then I got mad, and I punched a wall, and then I went to the gym, and now I'm okay. Now when I see this, coming from some other woman, I already know it's not gonna happen. I'm good. Some people like being oblivious. Some people are just like, I don't care what you say. She's cheating? Yeah, whatever you say, I don't care. I love her. Why? Because they want to live in oblivion. Some people want to be there. This is why you have older people who get talked out of their money by, Jamaicans, people who are love bombing them. And they're talking to Mrs. Beasley. Mrs. Beasley's freaking, she's 72 years old. She hasn't, had a whiff of love in 30 years. Her husband been gone. Her kids don't give two damns about her. She's been lonely for the longest time. And then all of a sudden, some Jamaican calls up Wagwan. And she's like, excuse me. He starts telling her that she has a lovely voice and she's beautiful. Yeah, and starts talking her out of 20 grand. What do you think she's going to do? Then the next door neighbor, some 30-something, is going to be like, I saw Mrs. Beasley go to the bank. And then I saw her, go and put the money into the, whatever that is. And she's sending money off to this, this Mexican. And then they go to Miss Beasley. Miss Beasley, you're sending your money off to this guy. And she goes, you don't think I know that? You don't think I know that this guy is Jamaican and he's been scamming me? They're like, oh, we thought you were just old. See, she's like, no, I have all my faculties. Then they're like, why are you doing it? Because I'm lonely. That's why. So I'm going to live in my state of stupor for the next however many years I got. And I'm going to give this guy this 20 grand every now and then. He's going to keep calling me and telling me how beautiful I am. And you can see your way out. True story, it happened. They thought she was just being a dumbass. She was like, no, I'm fully aware. I haven't been called beautiful in 30 years. You think I'm going to turn that down? Absolutely not. He can have it. So what? He calls me every other day. Nobody else is calling me. I'm sitting up here rotting. Damn right he can have it. I'll pay for it. You have a lot of people who will willingly give their money to somebody who just gives them a compliment. Some stranger. Just give them a compliment. They'll give you money. And of course, some people are like, no, I don't want your money. There was this one lady, she, older woman, she had this young guy come over and I don't know, I think he was cutting the grass or whatever. Once he was done, she was like, listen, come. She was like, listen, you can come over here every day. I'll give you $50 every time you showed up. He showed up every day, sat there, talked with her. And she was like, what you got going on? What you trying to do? He's like, yeah, trying to get a little hamburger thing going on. She went and bought him she's like, okay, this restaurant right here, it's been closed. I'll go ahead and foot the bill. You get in there and do your thing. That's exactly what happened. He went in there and started flipping burgers. Place became a hit. And, she'd go down there and see him or he'd go and see her. Why? Because she's lonely. There are billions of lonely people in this world, on this planet, right now, looking for somebody just to say hi. When's the last time you had a hug? Just a damn hug. When's the last time somebody hugged you? Even if it's a guy on guy, he gave you that attaboy. When's the last time you had an attaboy? You ain't had an attaboy in 20 years. Last time you had an attaboy, you were in the 9th grade. And it came from one of your teammates on the football team. After you made a killer hit, bam! It was like, yeah, boom, attaboy, freaking Joe. Good hit, Joe. That's the last attaboy you had. Made you feel like the world was yours, didn't it? Yeah, that's the last attaboy you had. You ain't had one since. Attaboy! As I got older, I learned women not only love attention, but they can get jealous of men and or get intimidated by you too. I was so obvious that of that fact. I was so oblivious of that fact. Absolutely, it's been a it's been a while. My sister hugged me not long ago. Other than that, I don't remember. Yeah. You don't get them. Men, we don't get hugs like that. You just can't go and hug a man. As a man, he's gonna think something's up. Why? Because we're warriors. We're instinctively, on edge when it comes to another man. You can't just bring it in. Mike, come here, bring it in. Freaking Dave, what's up? Jaquan, what's happening? They're gonna be like, oh man, I ain't about me. I ain't about me. Only place you can go and get a hug like church. Other than that, you're gonna get a whole bunch of static. Oh man, I ain't. As if you're gonna lose some coochie because you hugged a man. I want nobody thinking I'm be my boo my man. Can't do it. Can't do it. You can't just walk outside and get a hug. Hey, can't get an attaboy. So you got a lot of lonely men in the world. So some, fine and firmly packed, barely out of college pops up on, some guy's front porch. He's gonna freaking offer her the world. You know what I'm saying? Some geezer who ain't had ain't been on a date in 20 years. He's gonna look at this pair of you know, he's gonna look at this C cup and he's gonna be like, freaking A, man. Like, man, I ain't seen a pair of 34 double D's. And he's gonna be smitten. He's gonna come out his pocket. Freaking A. What do you think is gonna happen regarding this lonely pandemic, men and women? I think nature's gonna take over. Let me tell you something. I'm gonna tell you something. Nature has a way. So let's go to what's happening right now as far as epidemically, pandemically. Let's just take our nation. Middle schoolers. Middle schoolers are being sought after as mates to adults, especially males. Male middle schoolers are being sought after. They're being hunted by female adults. You can sugarcoat it however you want to, but the fact is the fact. If you're 12 years old, you are being looked at by an adult female. You're being coveted. And you're not being looked at as just something now. You're being looked at as in something to be kept. You are being coveted. This is happening mostly, from my knowledge, to Black, white, and Hispanics. The most coveted seems to be the Black and the whites. The most color that's doing this seems to be the whites, but they're after Black and white kids. Yeah, this is why you have all these teachers and counselors and all this is what they're doing. And they usually are married, but they're seeking out these, youngsters for their seed. And they're getting pregnant by them. This is not a one-off story. This is something that's been happening. And we look at it and go, oh, they're sick, and they are. But why? Why are they doing it? This is what needs to be studied. It's almost like they can't help it. They see each other going to jail. They're even coming together and saying, hey, Mary and Susan, let's get together and grab these two teenagers and bring them over to the house and have our way with them. They know they're going to get caught, yet they're still doing it. Why? What is putting them in a state of stupor? What's going on through their head? Even had one teacher, she was in court, she was like, if you let me out, I'm going to do it again. Why? Why are these teachers hunting these 12 to 15-year-old? What is going on? Something's happening. And it's been happening for years. And they're getting pregnant by them. Why? Why would they do this? There's a few reasons. One, there's a shortage of men. Some of these women aren't married. Some of them are married. There is a shortage of men. Period. There are some parts of the world where there are no men, nothing but women. And if the women see a man, it's all out competition, but it's not war, it's different. Some of these women are like, listen, if you come to our island, you're going to have your pick of, you're going to have two sisters. They don't care. And they're not going to fight you. They're not going to fight with each other. They're not going to and all that nonsense. They're not doing none of that. You choose who you choose. If I didn't get chosen, fine. You want an older woman? There's mom. They're not doing it. They're not fighting. Because as soon as they hear that these women are fighting, you know what men are going to do? They'll never settle on that island. They'll never come. So the women are like, we're not doing none of that. But they're waiting on a man to land on that island and choose somebody. There are some places here in the South, in Alabama, I think this story, a black woman, this is a black neighborhood, she says if any man comes here and he is somewhat successful, he just has a regular job, there are going to be 8 women that are going to be at his door. They're going to come to him. They're going to be knocking at his door. She said the only caveat is the majority of them will have AIDS. The whole town was sick. Everybody's sick. Why? Why are these women hunting? Why are they hunting 12 to 17-year-olds? Why are they hunting these? Why? For their seed. So, to bring this into more scientific perspective, black women who don't want a relationship with men, but they want black babies, what do? They go to a sperm bank. They go and look for a sperm donor. They go to the sperm bank. You know how they do it? They go online first. And this one woman had her iPad open, her regular computer open, and her phone open, looking for sperm at the local sperm banks. Anyone that was open so she can make a bid on it. And she was only looking for black males. Then you have black women who are going to colleges. You're talking about 30-year-old looking at 18-year-olds and saying, hey, we want you to, sperm donor. This is happening now. Right now. Why? Wars. Most men fight wars. Just regular violence. Most men are regularly violent. Disease. Some of the jobs that we do take us out of here. You didn't find too many women who were building these huge buildings. You still don't. They're usually holding the sign. You don't find them, 30 stories up. You don't usually see that. Sitting on a railing that's sticking out and 30 stories up, eat lunch with the boys. You don't see that. You see men doing that. And some of those men, they do not survive. The men who helped build the sewer systems, they said we used to lose a man for every mile. A man would die every mile building the New York sewer systems. Just imagine going to work hoping that it's not your turn. You know what happened to a lot of those guys? They lost their pension. A woman came along and stole it off of them. True story. Look up American Greed. You'll see the story. American Greed shows so many fascinating things. But yeah, a woman took their money. But they used to lose a minimum. You don't see women doing these things. You don't usually see a woman on a jackhammer. You know how heavy that thing is? Not to mention it's moving. You don't. You got more women electricians now. You got more women doing mechanical stuff. You got more women who are working on cars. You got more women who are driving trucks. Well, let's just face it. When it comes to lifting that hammer, you're not going to find a lot of women doing it. You're not going to find a lot of women building trains. You're not going to find a lot of women in harsh environments. You don't find too many women out there on the oil in the middle of the Atlantic. Why? Because it takes strength to handle those chains, to bring in those drill bits. You gotta have some strength to handle them. And there are very few women who are as strong as an average man and able to do that. It's like I saw a woman on Instagram saying, come go with me and watch me bench press 225 pounds 10 times. That doesn't impress me. Let me see you go out there on an oil rig, sling around that chain and those drill bits. That's impressive. You know, you're doing it trying to say you're strong as a man. Okay, fine. You can bench press 225. Here's a jackhammer. There's the sewer. Go ahead and knock yourself out. Here's a hard hat. Here's your light. Here's your safety jacket. Let's see you go down there and dig for some coal, because we need that. We don't care if you bench press 225 10 times. We need coal. We need oil. We need wells dug up. We need you to throw some bricks around. We need steel. We want to know, can your lungs handle this steel mill? PPG, baby. That's what we need you, Pittsburgh Steel. Get it. Yeah, you're cute in the gym. Screw that. Here's some steel toes. You know what I'm saying? Here's a visor. Get in there and get with it, because your lungs are going to be black in no time. Oh, yeah. Yeah. We don't care. You're not impressing me. So what? You're not building anything. I can bench press. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. You're not building a goddamn thing. You're not out there in below zero, hanging up on one of these poles when Texas got hit. When oh, thank you. Yeah, when Texas got hit with that snowstorm and it turned to ice, where were you? Bench pressing 225? Where were you bench pressing? Nobody cares. When the snowstorm that just passed, 26 people died. Where were you? Where were you when the sewage system caved in, when the waters came in on these families and they froze to death right in their house? Bench pressing 225. You know, freaking emergency systems couldn't even come by. You know who had to get out there and climb those poles to get that power back up? Men. Men did that. Men did that. We didn't see a woman climbing those poles to put the power back up. These men are up there getting electrocuted and dying, and we gotta, I bench press 240. Don't come at me with that, because I don't care. I don't give a damn. Climb the pole. Here's some boots. Here's some rubber gloves. Get with it, lady. Get with it. It just irks me that this whole I can do anything men can do. Oh, and if you can't bench press 225, ladies, shut your mouth. Shut your mouth. You're not built like us. You're not going to go out there and face the nation like we are. You're not the first one to head into war. How many women did you see during D-Day? Storming Normandy. How many women did we lose in Nang? How many did we lose? I don't remember not one. How many did we lose at Hamburger Hill? Hacksaw Ridge? I don't remember none of them. Not one. 225. I don't. Shut up. Get in. Get in line. Get your ass in gear. Here's an M16. There's the enemy. There you go. When my friend went to the Gulf War, I tried to go with him. 20 years later, he says, a good thing you didn't go. He didn't even know I tried to go with him. He said, we landed in a C-141. They were shooting at the C-141. He said, we low crawled out of the C-141 when the doors opened. They were shooting at us. Two of us stood up. The guy beside me got hit right in the head, blew his head off. He said, I had an M16, a 50 cal, a 60. Where was she at? Bench pressing 225? He said another one in my unit got his leg blown off. That's why I don't listen to this feminist BS, this freaking squawking. I don't listen to none of it. When your friend loses the leg to a mortar round, you come see me. Back glass area all clear. You come see me then. Tell me how much you bed press. When your buddy gets his head blown off. Clean. Didn't even see it coming. Bang, he was done. That could have been me. Put on a 60-pound rucksack and hike 20 miles. Dig this entrenching, get this entrenching tool and dig in the ground. You have women doing that in the Army. They do that. And I admire every single one of them. But none of them are happy about going to war. You don't have one chick that's a screaming eagle talking about, yeah, we're going to. Absolutely not. Not one. Matter of fact, you got women now saying, if we go to war, I'm not going over there. They're ready to commit mutiny. They're ready to get the hell out of there. Why? They just want the pay. They want the aesthetic. They don't want to fight for their country. Yeah. And then they get offended when you're just like, hey, take your ass in the kitchen and make me a sandwich while I go out here and wrestle an alligator. How dare you, shit! How dare you? What do you think you're here for? You think you're here to mouth off? All right, go ahead, mouth off. I'm gonna go ahead and get in the truck and I'm gonna go to work and I'm not coming back. I'm going to take the house out of my name, the electricity out of my name, the car payments out of my name, the insurance out of my name. It's all yours. Go ahead, run your mouth. I'm finished. I'm going to go get me a little one-bedroom apartment somewhere in a freaking seedy part of town. And I'm going to live out of that until I can get a better place. I'm going to go to work every day with a smile on my face so I don't have to hear your mouth. It's all yours. Do what you want. But you're not getting any more of my money. Hey, take care of it yourself. You're strong. I'm out of here. See how many women are turning around. Oh my God, my husband left me, and I divorced him, and now guys are just running through me like a damn train. Yes, stupid. He was your husband. He was the only one that cared about your stupidity. That was his job, to put up with your lip. Now you think some rando out here is going to put up with you at your 41? That's what you think? You think the world cares about you? The world doesn't care about you. Your husband did. To have and to hold, you idiot. That's his job, to come home and put up with you. And he did it with a smile on his face. But you thought you was something else because some goofball online gave you a compliment. All right, fine. He left it to you. There you go. It's all yours. One woman got to therapy with her husband and was like, you know what? I just want to tell my husband. She's all cried. He looked at him and she said, I want a divorce. Husband didn't even look at her. He said, okay, and got up and walked out. Before the week was over, he had himself another apartment. He was gone. She's like, you're not even going to fight for me. You told me you wanted a divorce. I left. And that was it. And that's the way it should be. You want a divorce? This is America. You're allowed to have one. I gave you what you wanted. Don't come back over here unless we're talking about the kids. I'll come pick them up. This is my assigned time. I want my kids when it's time for me to have them. Other than that, I have nothing to do with you. Once that reality hits them and these 38-year-olds get out here in the market, they find out that men don't care about them. We don't care about you. Our job is not to care about some random woman who divorced her husband. That's not our job. We may date you, but we don't have to sit up there and listen to you. The minute you open your mouth in some disagreement and start squawking at us, guess what? We are not obligated to listen to you. We are obligated for self-preservation. We don't have to sit in the car and listen to you cry about your day and what Mary said to you and are you getting fat? These are questions for your husband. This is not a question for me on a Saturday night. That's not what I'm here for. To watch you have some type of psychotic breakdown and need your whatever medicine that some idiots prescribe to you. That's not what I'm here for. No, I'm getting out. I'm going to pull up to your house and it's time for you to get out. You don't want to listen? Absolutely not. I'm not here to listen to you. That's your husband's job. I'm not here to take on what's going on for you at work. That's your husband's job. I'm here. We went on a date. It's over. I'm not coming back. You don't care that my dog died? No, I care about the dog, but I don't care about you. It's not my job. And now men realize that. It's not your job to care about some random woman to the point where you're going to risk your life and sit there and listen to her squawking for the next 5 hours. No, that's not your job. She had a husband. She threw him away. There are more women getting divorced than anything. And it's a sport to them because it's no-fault divorce. They can just wake up and say, you know what? I don't like the way that you breathed last night. I want a divorce. And the man has to sit there and go, okay. And the man has to pay for it. Well, that's coming to a screeching halt. because the system realized that, listen, if you keep divorcing these men at the rate you're doing it, men are not going to get married. If men don't get married, men are going to stop wanting to have children because the court system uses the children, because you use the children against men. When you have a baby, you make us pay more, and a divorce costs us more. How do we know this? Look at what happened to Tyrese and how they fleeced him out of $5 million. $5 million. He was paying $13,000 a month, and those lawyers and that judge fleeced him. Well, Tyrese was being clowned because he went on online crying. The thing about it was he was online crying. So who saw it? Everyone. Everyone remembers my Shayla. Well, Shayla's grown now. She's like 19. And you know what she did? When she became an adult, she went and sought her father out because she found out her mother was lying. And that's on the internet. So what do men are looking like, oh, you chicks have been playing us the whole time. You've been playing us the whole time. Oh, hell no, I'm not getting married. If you don't get married, what are divorce lawyers looking at? They're like, oh, we're losing money over here. What are the jail systems looking like? We're losing money too because, you know, there's not men getting married and we can't put men in prison for slapping their wives. So everybody's losing money. Men don't want to go to work and build a whole relationship at work. And then, you know, you take their 401k. They're just like, screw this. I'm not going to have a family. I'm not going to risk it. What's that trucking company, Yellow? What did they do to their people? What did Yellow do to their people? They siphoned their 401k right off from under the people, and they didn't even know it. Their drivers who were driving for 30 years was about to retire. They told them, you have no money to retire with. They sucked the money right off from under them. And they had no idea what was happening. You want to talk about going postal? What up? What up? Straight to the point, what's happening? I have to head out. Okay, man, head out. So, yeah, I'm just saying. When you stop getting married, you stop having children. And now what is America? America is in an epidemic because, as a matter of fact, it's a pandemic. It's happening all over the place. We're finding out that couples are not having children. Well, not only that, they're not getting married. One, they can't afford it. Two, the woman is just divorcing men, so the men aren't taking any risk. And you know, the whole Me Too movement was a whole lie. The whole Me Too movement was started by a male. I think it was Corey Feldman. The women hijacked the Me Too movement. It was like somebody said that you look great today, and I want to sue them for $30 million because he gave me an unwarranted compliment. Yeah, that's $30 million. You gave me an unwarranted compliment. I didn't ask you to tell me my eyes were pretty. Did I ask you for that? I didn't ask you. But yet you did it anyway. So yeah, that's $30 million. Hand it over, buddy. We're not giving you $30 million. Hey, we'll just settle out of court. We'll settle for, $10 million after taxes and lawyer fees. And they pay it. Other women see it and they fleece. That guy looked at my butt. I was bent over in the gym and I had on the scrunchy shorts and he looked at my butt. That's $50,000. I want it. I'm suing you. Now you got women wearing gynecological pants to the gym. Just coochie cutters, freaking dying to wait to see if somebody's looking at them. You looked at my vag. This guy's a pervert. But yet the women are the perverts. The women are coming to the gym with their whole ass out. This guy's a pervert. He looked at my painted on shorts. You had one woman who showed up to the gym with literally with painted on whatever. She barely had anything on. And a guy looked at her and he noticed her and he said, "You can't come into the gym like that." She was like, "Why not?" This is the audacity of these stupid women. They wear the tightest thing in the world, and if a guy looks at them like he's a natural man, you can't be natural. You can't be a natural man that wants a woman. You can't do that. Oh, that guy's a pervert. Shut your stupid ass. Get the... That guy looked at my tits. Only happens in first world. Go to a second and third world country and do that. Do that. Go make a complaint over there in Mogadishu. Go do it. Let's see what happens. Go over there to some of them Arab countries and see what happens. Something actually did happen. These two women who came from one of these Arab countries came to America and they listened to a bunch of feminazis. Some white women. White women's like, take that hijab off. Show your body. You're beautiful. Let's go to the beach. Yeah, in a bikini. Here's a two-piece and the yarn up the crack of your ass that nobody needs to see. Yes, you're beautiful. They were like, bet. They went back to their country, went onto the beach in the same bikinis. Men saw them, walked up to these two women and beheaded them right there on the beach, and they left them there, broad daylight, for everyone else to see. And they walked away. Do I think it's right? No. Do I think that those women were being absolutely stupid? Yes. You knew better. You're from this country. It's not like you came from a European country and you fell in. No, you're from this country. And you lost your life right there on the beach. And that's where they stayed. And nobody felt sorry for them. Not one person came up, oh my God. No. They went on and they minded their business. Because they all know better. Is it right? No. But did you know better? Yes. Yeah, they knew better. Just a stupid thing to do. You wasn't using your full frontal lobe or whatever this BS that the women got going on now. A woman isn't developed. Her full frontal lobe isn't developed till she's what? It's 20. First it was, 21. Now that goalpost has been moved. It's 25 now. Tomorrow it'll be 31. I've already heard women talking about, yeah, your full frontal lobe isn't developed on a woman till you're 31. It's like, you know what, women? You're just not paying attention. You women are not paying attention. You want men to not even think about mating. Don't even approach a woman till she's 31 now. Like, don't even think about some coochie because it's not available because she's not mentally, her frontal lobe isn't developed till she's 31. What? A 31-year-old woman on her way out of her prime? Eggs gone. Losing eggs by the second. 31, maturation. That's what you want, ladies? All right. All right. You want them difficult pregnancies, don't you? You don't want to be 19, 20 years old, married, get a couple kids out of you, family? No? It's 31 now, huh? By the time you're 31, your kid's going to be 8, 9 years old. 41, that kid's going to be 20. No, you want to start at 31? All right, ladies. Go ahead, start at 31. Women don't want to be approached to the 31 because their full frontal lobe. You know what women are saying? They're saying if you approach us and you have sex with us before our full frontal lobe is developed, you groomed us. You took advantage of us. That's what women are saying now. They're calling you a predator because you tried to date them at 25 years old. If a 25-year-old man approaches a 25-year-old woman, that man is automatically a predator. That's what women are saying now. He groomed me. How old are you? I was 23. How old was he? 23. Wait. He was 23. You were 23. You guys were in what? Fresh out of grad school. You're both in the same profession. He thought you were, available. So he approached you and asked you out on a coffee date. And you were like, ew. He was like, what? You were like, you're grooming me. How? We're the same age. Yeah, but my frontal lobe isn't developed. Yours is. Wait, what? Yeah, my frontal lobe isn't developed, so I'm still a child. You're a 23-year-old child? Yeah, because my frontal lobe isn't developed. So, am I a child? No, you're a full-grown adult because your frontal lobe is developed. So you're in complete control and you have all your faculties together. Me, I don't. I'm still acting irresponsibly, but I should not be held to my irresponsible decisions because I am not fully developed in my head. Can you vote? Yes, I can vote. Wait a minute. So a woman who's not developed in her frontal lobe can act, but she can vote? Correct. So do you know who you're voting for? Yes. Are you responsible for who you vote for? No. So you're making decisions for people to be in control of the nation irresponsibly? That is correct. Oh, 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 oh my goodness. Oh, now we have now we have politicians who are in control of our nations that were put there by irresponsible women, and they're the ones who are making terrible decisions. And nobody's responsible for these politicians that are making terrible decisions because they were voted in by irresponsible women. It all makes sense now. That makes sense. That makes sense. That's why the world's out of control. Because women, their frontal lobe is not developed till 31, so they're making irresponsible decisions. Okay. Okay. Okay, ladies, we got it. So, can a woman graduate with a master's degree and become a teacher at the age of 23? No. Yes. She can? Yes. But she's irresponsible. Doesn't matter. She has her degree. Wait a minute. You can be irresponsible and teach our children? Absolutely. Are the are the children learning how to be responsible? No, because the teacher is irresponsible. So the children aren't learning how to be responsible. With that in mind, should a teacher not become a teacher till she's 31? Absolutely not. You can't tell me I can't become a teacher. I can go to college, graduate, and become a teacher at an irresponsible age, according to the law. And I can teach your child how to be irresponsible because I'm at an irresponsible age. And according to one teacher who teaches the 8th grade, you're too dumb to even notice that you're in a school that is not good for you. This is what one teacher just said. You're too stupid. You're stupid. You're too dumb to even notice. This is what a teacher just said. Women are not responsible until they're 31, according to some women. They're not responsible. They can drink and get drunk, have sex with a consenting adult, and then 5 years later can turn around and sue that consenting adult because he took advantage of her because her frontal lobe was not developed. You think it can't happen? It already has. And the court system sided with her. So if you go out and there is some fine Mazinam, she's looking at you, and she's under the age of 20, not 20, 30. She's under the age of, it used to be under the age of 20. If she's, well, she shouldn't be there if she's under the age of 20, but we know how that goes. If she's under the age of 30, 31, where her frontal lobe is not developed, you better bail. You better not talk to that woman. Don't buy her drinks, don't nothing. Don't even look at her. You'll know. She bouncing around, you know she's 22. Just, just go ahead and turn around, make an about face, because if you don't, you're going to get sued. And you're going to go to jail. She's going to put you in prison. Do you know that 90% of the people that are in prison are in there because of a woman? 90% of males that are in prison are in there because of a woman. It's true. Whether it's an argument, whether it's he said, she said, whether it's sexual, it's because of a woman. A woman did it. A woman put you there. And she's at home getting done by some random guy while you're in jail for, I don't know how many years. She's out having a good time. Ass in the air. Doesn't even know this guy's name. Has no idea who he is. And you love this woman. You're in jail thinking about her the whole time she's getting railed by him and his friends. She's loving every bit of it. And then you're calling her and she's talking to you and they're standing there just having a ball with her. And then one of them snatches the phone. What up, dog? Well, who's this? Oh, it's Jay. Jay from down the block? Yeah, man. Don't worry about it. We taking care of her, dog. Ain't nothing you can do because you can't get through them steel bars. You're not coming home for 10 years. Day for day. When you get home, Jay's kid is going to be 9 years old. When you get home, you're going to be looking at Jay's kid. And you got to hang on to her because nobody else is sending you commissary. Nobody's coming to visit you. She's the only one sending you commissary. Your family bugged out. She's the only one. And when she accepts the collect calls, she's got her ass in the air. A call from so-and-so, maximum facility. Will you accept? Yes. Jay is over there tearing her up, talking to her and slapping her the whole time. And she's like, oh, honey, blah, 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 blah. Honey, yeah, I'll see you some commissary. Oh my God, Jay, stop it. Shut up. Not a damn thing you can do about it. You just over there, and your friends know that Jay is over there. Got his foot on top of her head, calling her everything but a child of God. And they know they laughing at you in your pod. There's 30 of you in that pod. Every single man know that Jay is wearing your woman out. Every single one of them. Every single one. Nothing you can do about it because you're not going anywhere. Because you did something because of that woman that put you in jail. She even tells Jay that she loves him while you're on the phone. I love you, Jay. I don't love you. He's just treating her like a rag doll. There's no love for her whatsoever. %90 of the men that are in jail are in there because of a woman. Child support, even if you pay your child support, if you don't go through the court system, the judge will say it was a gift and throw you in jail. True story. Jay and his homies wearing her out. Nothing you could do. Not one thing you can. What are you gonna do? Cry? Beg her to stop? Tell her you love her? You think they care? They don't care. I love you. She love you. She loved to hear you cry while she's in the doggy style. She loved the energy, that negative energy. She loves that. She loves capitalizing off of that. She loves to come see you once every 2 months, give you an update on her life. As soon as you mention Jay, she's like, say it again. She loves the control. Mention Jay's name again and see if she don't walk out. Go ahead, say his name. You can't say nothing while you're there on the phone. You can't cry about it. You can't nothing. Go ahead and threaten her and see if you get commissary. You just in jail mad as fire. Go ahead, threaten her. I'm going to do this. All right. You ain't got nothing on your books because nobody gives a damn about you. You got absolutely zero on your books. Now you got to call her and apologize to her while Jay is wearing her out. You have a collect call from Jim Bob. Will you accept the collect call from Jim Bob of California State Prison? Yeah, put him on. Hey, baby, I want to tell you. I'm sorry. Oh, Jay. Oh, hey, hold on. What? What was she saying? I want to tell you. Oh, Jay, stop. Jay's slapping her in the back of her head while she's. I want to tell you I'm sorry and I love you, baby. I never think nothing like that to you again. Jay knocking the damn Mario coins out of her, spitting on her, and stepping on her. Just treating her just like a raggedy piece of trash. And you got to sit there and listen to it. You got to listen. You know what that makes a man? Turns him into an animal. Turns him into a complete animal. Eventually, you stop calling or collect. You can only take so much of the boys teasing you that are in there. Eventually, you say, you know what? I don't need commissary. I'm gonna pitch in with the rest of the guys and start selling hooch. Start getting those oranges and fermenting the oranges and little yeast, little oranges. Boom! Now you got yourself some kind of liquid that everybody wants. You be trading that. You get good at that. Start making breaks. You get good at that, and then next thing you know, you get a pen pal. You start writing people and putting your number up on, and some random chick is like, yeah, I'll be your pen pal. And she starts sending you money. Then your girl shows up. And she's like, why haven't you been? He was like, you know what, babe? It's all good. You and Jay. Every time I call, he's there. I understand that, honey. It's I still got love for you, but you don't need to come see me no more. You don't need to come see me. You go ahead. Why? What's going on? Oh, nothing. I just realized that you and Jay, and I respect it. I respect it. But I'm taking you off my list to come see me. I'm gonna go ahead and do these last 5 years without you. Are you gonna come see me when you get out? No. I don't ever want to see you again. What you do me? Now she's hurt because she lived off of that negative energy. She got off on seeing you just being totally ripped apart, and then you hit rock bottom. You're in jail. You have no money. You have no friends. You have no loved ones, and you're in there rock bottom with 30 other men who you don't know. And then you find out the one thing about those 30 other men. The majority of them in there for the same damn reason. Now you become a band of brothers. You become a band of brothers. You start sharing your stories and you're like, wait a minute, now it's the same damn story. Sometimes it's the same woman. And then you know what? You guys all start, figuring out how to get out. Find out who's lawyer. Some of you can collect calls to the women who are still, out there, or some of your homies or some of your families are out there that can help you get certain lawyers. You're like, yo, I know because it happened to me. I went in for a short time, but while I was in, I was pissed off because I was in there because of a woman. And while I was in, I was rocking back and forth because I was mad as fire. And one of the guys that was sitting on the bench, like, he didn't even turn his head. He said, we see you down there, brother. And I stopped rocking and I looked at him. And once again, he didn't look at me and say anything. He said, we see you down there. The whole pod got quiet. He said, what are you in for? Everyone knew he was talking to me. And I told him my story. He said, this is what you do. A couple days later, I was out of there. I was out. The majority of men are in jail because of a woman. You put that man in there long enough, he's going to figure out. He's going to figure out how to get out. And then when he does, he's going to A, come see that woman, or he's going to B, completely abandon that woman. And the word is going to spread. When you're in there and everybody realizes they're in there because of a woman, they get out and then they go talk to other men. And those men talk to other men. And they're all aware of the potential that a woman has just on hearsay. She can just say you did it and you didn't. And after it happens enough, what do you got? A loneliness epidemic. Men who do not want to go around women. Men who don't want to go to the clubs. Men who don't want to go on dates. Men who don't want to have a Valentine's. Men who don't celebrate Christmas. men who don't celebrate Sweetie's Day, men who don't celebrate Mother's Day, Baby Mama's Day. None of those events are something that men do anymore. They don't. Women are online complaining about all of these days that they no longer have. Women are online talking about they need to get cracked. Men are no longer falling for it. We know if we come over and crack you, you can say that it was not consensual. We're about to do 30 years. If you got a daughter in the house and she's a teenager, that teenager can say anything. You walk in the house and you see a teenage daughter, walk out the house. If she wonders why, you say, you have a teenage daughter. So what? That little girl can say anything at any time, and I can go to jail for it, even if it's not true. That mother can't say, well, that's not true. It'll never happen. Why? Because it has. Walk out. That little girl's going to walk in on you while you're in the bathroom. She's going to do it. She's going to. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. She's going to walk in on you while you're in the bathroom. While you're in the shower, that little girl is going to walk in the bathroom. Now you're screwed. Because you don't even know she's in there. You're in the shower just in La La Land. She walks in, does whatever, walks out. You don't even know she was in there. She goes to her mother and says something. The mother's pissed off at you. Comes into the bathroom. What have you done to my daughter? What the hell are you talking about? She was just in here and she said she saw you naked. I'm like, I didn't even know she was in here. Blah, 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 blah. Then the mother gets online. She gets on Instagram. She gets on Facebook. She gets online. She gets on TikTok. My boyfriend, Then the whole coochie clique jumps on his ass. They find out who he is. They find out where he works. He loses his job immediately. They call the police on him. The mother doesn't even have to call the police now. They call the police on him, come to his house. They find out where he lives, everything. The mother has done none of this. She hasn't called the police on him, nothing. She hasn't said where he lived. The coochie clique on TikTok did. They found out where he was within a day. And everybody assumed he was guilty, including men. Mind you, the little girl hasn't said anything to anyone on the outskirts, but the mother got online and said something stupid. And the coochie clique, boom. Found out who he was, canceled his job, went, canceled his pages. Police show up at his door because of allegations. Boom, take him and arrest him. Now he's behind bars, fighting behind bars. Once the guys back there figure out what he did, it's all hell breaks loose. Now he's got to fight for his own asshole. Stop me when I'm wrong. Stop me when you haven't heard the story. Now he's got to fight for his own ass, his own dignity. He's not a botsy boy. He likes women. He had no idea what was going on. Allegations. Boom, over with. They're like, listen, just take a plea deal. Because if we go to trial, you're going to lose. We go to trial, you're going to get 20 years. Take a plea deal. Do 7. You might do, 5 day for day. He takes the plea deal. Judge sentenced him to 7 years. He gets out in 5 on good behavior. But guess what? He's now a pedo. He has to register. He has no choice. Now he has to live under a bridge. You don't believe me? Look it up. There are men living under a bridge, literally, like a bunch of warlocks. They're a bunch of bridge trolls. You don't find out one woman who's been sentenced to this living under a bridge, but there are men literally living under a bridge because they can't go nowhere else. They can't be around kids. Some of those men are guilty for what they've been, but some of them aren't. It's just an allegation. I can't work anywhere, can't be around kids. That's it. Can't get disability. He's a troll. Guy's a scavenger. You'll find out one woman living up under a bridge. Look it up. There are men that live up under a bridge who've been sentenced to this. And none of it was true. Even when they found out that the mother, that the child lied, and then the mother goes back on TikTok years later and say, hey, the whole thing was a lie. My daughter told me it never happened. Doesn't matter. Once the court system gets you, that's it. If the city arrests you and lets you go, the state picks up the case. And they'll come and rearrest you. How do we know all this? Because it's online. All these stories are online. Of all these terrible things that are happening to men who are totally, they're oblivious. They're good men. Lose everything. Even their own family turns against him. One guy, he was a football star. He's about to go pro. In high school. And the woman that he liked kissed him in an elevator. She went to the police and said he R-worded her. Mind you, they're the same age. They were both in high school. She said, hey, he R-worded me. Guess what happened? He went to jail for 10 years. You know what happened to that girl? She got $1.5 million. She ran through the money. 10 years later, she said it never happened. $1.5 million, and that man's life was ruined. You can't even expunge it. Even if it's not true, you can't get that off you're not getting that off your record. You think she's going to do a day in jail? No. Not one. You think she has to pay the money back? Maybe, but she's not paying him. She's got no money. She ran through it. As soon as her family saw that she got 1.5, lawyers plus taxes, lawyers, I mean, listen, lawyers are going to take 33%. Taxes are going to take another 40%. 70% of it's gone. She might have what, 300,000? Once her family got to that, it was over with. Over with, 100%. She ran through that money in no time. And then felt remorse after he did 10 years. You lying sack of, you piece of trash of a woman. You whole piece of trash of a woman. You whole scumbag piece of trash of a woman. You piece of whole trash, you garbage bag of a woman. You ruin a whole man's life over a kiss on an elevator. You said he forced on you. No, he didn't force nothing on you. You knew he was about to have a good life. He was a D1 prospect. You knew it. You knew he was going to be successful. You knew it. And you were like, not if I can help it. And you ruined his life because you could. You piece of trash ass of a woman. Not to mention our court system is trash. Nobody even looked into it. They didn't look into it to see if he wasn't guilty. They looked into it to see how guilty he was. Mind you, they're both the same age. It's not like he was knocking down a 10-year-old. They were the same age, and he liked her. And she still ruined his life. Took everything he had. Of course, he tried to, rekindle his, try to go and play ball. Listen, you could be top-notch D1 1 year. Not even a year later, you could be completely out of it because the game moves so fast. Terrell Owens, the third best receiver ever, tried to get back into the league. And he went and he tried out. And they saw that Terrell Owens could still run a 4.6. Still fast. He's still inhumanly strong. Terrell Owens is number 1 in the NFL for yards after the ball's caught. Why? Because he was ridiculously strong. He still had that strength in his 40s, and he went and tried out. And they allowed him to try out. You know why he failed in those tryouts? Because he couldn't catch the ball. It wasn't that he couldn't keep up as far as speed. He was beating D1 athletes that were 20 years old. He was shaking and baking them. But he couldn't catch the ball. You know why he couldn't catch the ball? Because his eyes were no longer developed to the speed of the ball. When Terrell Owens was playing, he was playing with, Tony Romo. Tony Romo was no Troy Aikman. Nonetheless, Tony Romo. Okay. Not the best. Nonetheless, Donovan McNabb. Big 6'4", 2-something Donovan McNabb will bench press a lineman. Imagine trying to catch a ball from Donovan McNabb. That ball is coming fast. But that's 10 some odd years ago. If your eyes cannot keep up with the speed at which these guys can throw the ball, then it's gonna hit you right in the chest and boom, it's gone. The ball's gone. We saw Julio Jones. Julio Jones, one of the fastest men in the world, one of the best receivers. We saw Julio Jones in the Super Bowl go up for a ball and do one of these numbers, and the ball went right through his arms. And this is Julio in his prime, playing for the Falcons. Went right through his arms. Terrell Owens could no longer keep up with the ball. His eyesight, his muscles, the eye muscles could no longer keep up with the speed of the ball. So this kid, after 10 years of doing nothing because you're in prison, you're not running, you're not lifting, you're not training, you're not nothing. You get out and you think you still got it. The game has passed you up. Everything is lightning quick now. The defensive backs are faster. The receivers are faster. What did Ross run? 4.2 something? And he held the record. And then Xavier that plays for Kansas City now, he came along and broke the record. Ran like a 4.22 or something like that. Came along and snapped that record. Boom. He beat John Ross. Just like that. The game's faster. You're not just going to come in. Linemen are bench pressing 225, 40 times? James Faster changed. He missed his opportunity from that piece of trash ass of a whole black woman. Piece of trash black woman. All over a line. And there are all kind of women doing this to men. And we can do nothing but take it, and the court system isn't helping us. The court system isn't turning around and punishing women for telling these lies. Not in this country, but in France they are. If you tell a lie on a man, and that man is falsely accused, and they investigate it and they find out that you were lying, they throw the women in jail. And I'm all for that. That'll stop all these false allegations. But what do? Oh, it's okay. We let that, well, we don't penalize, we don't punish that woman whatsoever. We let the little, no. As soon as I find out it's not true, I'm arresting you. You are under arrest for whatever law it is. I'm making it up. Boom, you're under arrest. For what? You told a lie and put a man in prison for 10 years. I'm sorry. Well, you're about to do 10 years in prison. You're going to maximum prison. You're going to be locked in solitaire like Jodi Arias. Yeah, enjoy that. Yeah, look up and see how Jodi Arias is living. She's losing her damn mind. That's going to be you. Have fun. Hook, line, and sinker. You're not even going to go see a judge. You're going straight to prison because we know what you did. This is what they do in France. Of course, there's a judge involved, but yeah, when they find out that you did this, why? Because some woman tried to do it to Chris Brown. Tried to say he did something to her. They were like, Chris Brown didn't do that to you. What did they do to her? They threw her in prison. Why are we not throwing women in prison? Because they have a split tail? Who cares? Most men don't have access to these women anyway. You hear them, they call us ugly. You're ugly. I wouldn't give you the time of day. 100, thank you. Don't give me the time of day. I have no sympathy for you. You wouldn't give me the time of day? I have no sympathy for you. Thank you very much for not giving me the time of day. Put her ass in prison right now and close the damn metal door behind her. 10 years, day for day. And I don't mean 5 years, get out on good behavior. And I don't mean you can, go on work release or on some kind of stupid probation. No, you're going to do 10 years, day for day, behind bars. Enjoy. If I was a politician, this is exactly what would happen. And all these trashy ass women who are saying, oh, I took a drink and then the guy looked at me wrong. And then, no, go ahead, say it. I dare you. I dare you to say that this man did something to you. What did that Russian woman do? What did that Russian woman do? She said some guy did something to her. He says, I have no idea who you're talking about. They arrested him. What about the Indian guy in Walmart? What happened to him? He walked up to a lady who was in one of them scooter things and had her little baby. He's like, hey, do you know where the, she was like, oh yeah, it's right over there. The whole thing's on film. He's like, thank you. He goes and gets it. He's like, he came back here again. He's like, hey, found it. Thank you very much. Keeps walking. She comes out to the car. Oh my God. A man approached me. They arrested him. Until they looked at the tape. She tried to say that man tried to snatch her little white baby. This is what this piece of trash of a woman said. Got on TikTok and told a blatant lie. He tried to snatch my baby. He didn't even come anywhere near. He has no interest. Why do y'all think we want these little white babies? Why y'all think, what are we going to do with this little white child? What do you think we're going to do with this little alien? You can have your little white. Don't bring that child around me. But you know what's really funny? Is white mothers tell their children, little toddlers and whatnot, if you ever get lost, find a black woman. Why? Because they know they're going to take care of them. They're going to find out. Why do you white people do that? Find a black woman. But you're so afraid. That man had no idea, that Indian man, he had no idea what was going on. Until they pulled it up because it happened in Walmart. It was very clear. He walked up to the woman. He asked her a question. Do you know what so-and-so is? She said, yeah, it's right over there. He went and grabbed it. He come back and says, hey, I found it. Boom. He didn't even touch the child. He didn't even say anything to the child. He had no interest in that little white baby. How we don't listen, your white kids are not that important to us. Your white kids are important to you. They're not important. They're not. We don't wake up every morning thinking about white babies. We don't. We don't go, oh, I wonder what little Johnny is. We don't. We don't. That's your responsibility. It's not ours to think about what little Tommy is doing and how is he faring. Tommy's fine. He has you. We got our own stuff to take care of. What the hell are we going to do with Tommy? Now Tommy's out in the middle of the street and his diaper's full and his mother's absent. You damn right we're going to be like, hey, little white baby out here lost. Somebody come get their little white baby. We're going to call the police. Police are going to come, scoop the kid up, and going to find out what happened to his mother. She's probably skied out some damn where on the side of the road, hitting a bong. But we're not going to snatch a little white baby up. Oh, we're just going to take care. No, we're not. We're going to call the police. That's their job. Tommy's okay. And we don't want harm to come to the child, but it's not our responsibility. Call the police. That's what we do. We call the police. Some white baby's lost. Call the police. Because we know better. Especially if it's a female. Especially if it's a teenage female. True story, there's a man in Alabama. This guy is like in his 20s, 27 or so. And his neighbors, I guess, are some white folks. They live close by, whatever. They have a teenage girl. What are teenage girls? They get hot and rebellious. Teenage girls are stupid. They think they know everything. And they run away. This is teenage girls of all colors. They're all stupid. They get hot in the drawers because, it's time for them to mate. And then they up and run away because they're going to looking for the perfect beat. Well, she runs away from her house, and then she runs to old boy's house. And he knew her. She's like, hey, I ran away from my house. Can I stay here for the night? He was like, sure. She comes in the door. He calls the police. Says, hey, listen, Sarah, I don't know what's going on with her family, but she came over here. She's here now. I don't know what to do with her. Come get Sarah. The police show up and arrest him. He got 27 years. And how do I know this? Because I used to date his sister. I went to college with her. 27 years. Count them. In Alabama. We are not interested in your white babies. They are dangerous. Your white children are dangerous to us. Don't bring your white babies around here. No, they're your responsibility. Love you, Tommy, but not my responsibility. Because Tommy's parents and the police think we're monsters. They think we're monsters. They look at us and call us monkeys. Call us gorillas. Isn't that just what they called Obama and his wife? Didn't the White House just do that? Isn't that what the president, they just put a picture up? They called Obama and his wife monkeys? That's what it just happened, didn't it? Call them niggers and monkeys? That's what they think of us. Niggers and monkeys. Think we're gorillas. They think we're primates. Think about it as we don't have thin lips like monkeys. We don't have pale skin like they do either. You ever seen a hairless monkey? You know what it looks like? Don't look like us. Most men are in prison because of women. That coochie, that split tail, that 8 seconds of bliss will get your whole soul canceled. Your whole soul. Now you got men who are grabbing some lotion and a napkin and saying, hey, we're good. I'm gonna watch this. I'm gonna watch freaking Lana Rose or something, or freaking whatever, some porn star. I'm gonna watch them do their thing with some type of vile, degrading situation that is completely not of God. Then those demons are going to come right through your computer because you're sitting there lusting in something that God doesn't want you to do. You're walking around with a boner every day because you're 25 and strong as an ox and fast as a deer. But you don't trust not one woman on the face of God's green earth. Not one. Not one. Every time you look at a woman, you think of how much it cost. Not unless you're waking up with a boner a mile long, trying to figure out what to do with it. It's like another part of your body. It's like another person just popping up while you're at work, just sitting there sorting mail, and now you got a freaking sword in your damn pants. Got to go to the bathroom and try to figure it out before somebody sees it. You know what they're going to do? Sexual harassment. David has a boner. This 25-year-old, rugby player, stud of a man, 6'2", freaking 225, ripped, just suddenly got a boner while he's at the copy, making copies. Like that isn't a natural thing. And Sarah, all of 35 and wishing she could jump his bone, but she can't throw her husband away with her 2 kids. It's like, you know what? I'm going to just ruin his day. I'm going to go tell Mike, who's the damn manager, and say, hey, freaking Tommy has a boner and I feel offended by it because I can't have it. Mike goes to Tommy like, Tommy, you've been having random boners. Man, I don't know what happened, man. We're going to have to let you go. She turns around and sues the company. I just felt like his boner was such a. Your life contains things that some may find high. Yeah, she turns around and sues a company. I'm just saying, stupid stuff like this has been going on, and women have been getting away with it, and men don't know what to do. Men are in a gridlock. You can't go to the park. The park is. If a man is at the park with a camera, he's a pedo. It's a public park. It's a public park. He didn't walk on middle school grounds. He's in the park. Park's like a mile long. Go over there. He's out trying to look at the finches and the robins and the blue jays, and he's looking at purple cornflowers and black-eyed Susans, and flora and fauna. You call the police on this man who's paying you no mind because he has an actual camera. Melt down, photographing purple cornflowers. You're over there 200 yards in the opposite direction. He never even looked your way. You call the cops on this man. The cops come, hey, can we talk to you? You're like, yeah, what's going on? Yeah, we got a call. And some people were a little uncomfortable with you you being out here, with the camera. It's a public park, isn't it? Yeah, it's a public park, but yeah. I mean, there's kids. There's where? Where's? I mean, over there you can barely see them, but and the mothers with they have the dog with the. Let me see your idea. Absolutely not. I've committed no crime. Tell me what crime. Don't make this hard. Come on, we're just doing our job. Come on, don't make us. Come on. Come on. Come on, let me violate your rights. What are you talking? I'm photographing the migration of the African honeybee and the maturation of earthworms. Why are you bothering me? Can we see your camera? Can we look? Absolutely not. This is my camera. It's my business. And we feel that you might have been taking photos of children in a public park. Yeah. I tell you what, if you don't want to give us your ID, what we're going to do is we're going to arrest you. We're going to take you down to the station. We're going to fingerprint you. We're going to find out exactly who you are. So, this could go either one or two ways. So you're threatening to arrest me. I don't show you what's in my camera. Yep. I don't have to do this. Yeah, well, we don't care. We're going to arrest you. Show us some ID. All right. Here's my driver's license. 783. Driver's license R797797. State of Milwaukee. Go ahead. Thomas Jefferson III. Lives at 555 Sycamore Avenue in area code blah 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 blah. Some other BS. Yeah, nothing comes back on that guy. Turns out that he's a florist. Yeah, that guy's an entomologist. goes to the University of. Oh, we're sorry. Don't give me your badge numbers. Give me your information. You guys got cards? Because there's 5 of you here. I want all your badge numbers. I want all your cards, and we'll see you in civil court. And I want the person who called in. I'm like, well, you can't give you that name. Why not? Well, we don't know who called. We just got a call. All right, give me your information. I'm going to go back to Black Eye Susans. All right. Yep, have a good day. And that's if you're lucky. Usually it doesn't go that way. Usually you get your ass beat right there in front of the kids. Then they take you to jail. Then they make up all these charges against you. You don't believe me? Go take pictures in a public park. Just walk around happy, just a happy man. Go to a public park and take pictures on a sunny day and see what happens to you. Just a happy man. Just be happy too. Just walk around, you got your Nikon 6000, whatever the hell, wrapped around your neck, and you got your just walk, just take 1 foot onto the grass and whoop, 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 whoop. Just take 1 foot onto the grass and see if Molly and Megan and the whole freaking Couch Potato Women's Organization comes out and says to you, excuse me, sir. Yeah, can I help you? Well, we know this is a public park, but we have our kids here, and we just feel you don't get your saggy lady. This is a public park. I could be here. I'm not taking pictures of your kids. I'm not interested in your kids. Your kids are uninteresting. Look at that kid. He has a lazy eye. What am I going to start berating the kids? Like, what am I going to do with this kid? How much does this kid weigh? What are you feeding him? Hostess ho-hos, for dinner? What am I going to? I beg your pardon. But look at this kid. Look at his hairline's receding. He's not even 6. What do you think I want to take a picture of this? Look at this little girl. What does she eat? She's eating the grass. You teach her that? You think I want to take pictures of this? Oh, get out of my face. Walk away. And they think that their kids are so interesting. Like, your kids are not that interesting. The world doesn't revolve around your badass little ankle biters. We don't care. We got other things to do. The sun is shining. We got, there's a whole world other than your little badass kids. We don't care about your kids. We got stuff to do. Men just want to be men. We're just walking and just having a good day. And, oh, there's a finch. Walk. We're just walking. Oh, look at there. There's a blue crane. Of course, a blue crane. Well, it depends on where you're at. If you're in upper New York, you'll see a blue crane. There's a blue crane. Well, my kids are more interested in the blue crane. No, they're not. No, they're not. They're not. Oh, they're not. Oh, there's a Corvette. Your kid's not more interested in this Corvette. This Corvette is actually more intelligent than your kid. It is. That's a fact. Your kid's what, 5, 6? This Corvette is smarter than your kid. I'm going to go over here with the Corvette. We're not interested in your kid. Nobody wants that problem. We're interested in peace. You have some of that in your back pocket, lady? You got some peace? No, you don't have peace. You have chaos. You have chaos. I mean, your panties come over your belly button, size 38 in the waist. You're just chaos. You haven't seen the gym in a month of Sundays. You're just pure chaos. And you're mad about it because nobody wants to sit around and smell your, stinky behind. We don't care. You're not interesting anymore. You were 20 years ago. You were something to see. You're not that girl anymore. You're not the leader of the cheerleading squad. You're not. You're not dating the quarterback. He left. He's gone. You're not. You're not the prom queen. You never were, really. We just don't care. You know? Nobody cares about your recipes. Don't care about your recipe for freaking strudel. Who's eating that? Something you stole off of somebody. Freaking strudel. My recipe book. Nobody cares. Sell it. See what happens. What are you, Rachel Ray now? No, nobody cares. And when you figure out nobody cares, you go bothering people just out of nowhere. Men just walking down the street or in the park minding their business. You're like, well, nobody cares about me, so let me just go harass a man. Excuse me, sir. What is it? I seen you looking at. Like what? What do you wash your hair with? Super glue? Like, get out of here. I see you looking at my daughter. Your daughter? Where is she? Oh, that's a girl. Excuse me. That's a girl. That's a female. Jeez. See where she gets it from. See where she gets it from. Goodness. Where you guys from? Appalachia? Have mercy. Get out of here, you inbred. Nobody's thinking about you. You're not that important. Go back up into the mountains and do something. Get away from me. Everybody thinks black men want these little white kids. We don't. We don't. And, these black guys, they want our white babies. To do what exactly are we going to do with your white kids? What do you think we want them for? What are we going to do with them? So the whole army brigade can come and smash our face in, and we don't want nothing to do with your little white kids. Good luck to them, but we're just trying to live. Black men can't even walk down the street. There's one guy who was literally walking down the street, literally, minding his business, broad daylight. The police came and approached him and said, hey, we got a call. We always get a call. This guy fits your description. He's like, where are you coming from? He's like, I'm just coming from the store. He's like, I don't know what you're talking about. He's like, yeah, well, let me see your ID. For what? What did I do? Let me see your ID. Boom, slammed him. Paralyzed him for life. To this day, that man cannot walk. Paralyzed him. Turns out, it was the wrong guy. We had this one guy at Walmart get approached. Black guy. Police approached him. What do you want? Yeah, we got a call. Do you know the description of the person they were looking for was a white man? The dispatcher said very clearly, looking for a white male, blah, blah, blah. They walked up to a black man and said, hey, we got a call. He's like, I have no idea what you're talking about. And sat there and harassed that man in a public store. He's like, I don't know what you're talking about. Put your hands behind your back. What are you talking about? I didn't do anything. The dispatcher clearly said a white man. And he had a green jacket on. The black guy had a black jacket on. It wasn't him, but they wanted to harass somebody. I'm just saying, white people, I don't know that one black man that's interested in a white baby, a white child. I've never met one. I've never met a black man that's like, you know what? I never met one. Like all sitting around like, you know what I'm gonna do today, man? I'm gonna go find me a white child. And do what? I never met not one. I've never heard that conversation in my life. It never happened. And there's not one time in all of my almost 60 years have I ever had this conversation with any man. Now, a white woman, that's different. But a kid, that's what white men do. With black men, yeah, we are not interested. We're not interested. Your kids are not that important to us. Anyways, let me see. Nobody's saying anything. I appreciate you guys for listening. Some of you guys been listening for a while. Nobody's saying anything though, but it's cool. But yeah, I'm just ranting. It's 2:41 in the morning, really? I guess I can't play my music. I can play it, but not that loud. I'm just up, ain't I? Somebody hit me on Facebook. For you guys that don't know, I sell appliances. Wow, it's 2:41. That's crazy. Yeah, I sell appliances, you guys. Let's see, this person's like, I see it looks like a nice washer, but I'm on disability income. Will you take 100 cash? If so, let me know. Have a blessed day. Yeah, well, everybody's got a sob story. Thing about it is this Maytag they want from me is $225. Yeah, that's not gonna happen. Let this person know. I'm still online here. Nobody's here. Thanks for hanging out, guys.